And welcome to Friday at the Super Series, where we're going to have a climatic end to our qualification process here at the Live Lounge in Port. So 5 spots into tomorrow night's Saturday session is going to be sealed over the next 12 hours or so. We're into day 2 of Group C, and this is how proceedings have gone so far. Adam Atkinson is looking to finish the week on a high, winless on Thursday. He's looking for something to shout about today. Tommy Lishman was many people's tips to make tomorrow's finale. 2 points from day 1 makes it an uphill task from here. Scott Mitchell was typically Scott Mitchell. Streamlined consistency, he'll hope will pay dividends. He's on 6 points and in the mix. As is Josh Richardson, who came blistering out of the blocks. If it wasn't for missed doubles, he could be on more than just 6. James Hull put in the performance of the day, a 106 average, one which threatened the record for so long. He's in second position. But it is the Swiss Thomas Junghans at the summit who's put his Group A misery behind him and is looking to slalom his way into Saturday. Yeah, it was quite some opening session here at the Live Lounge. It was watched in the commentary box by Paul Nicholson. He joins me up here on the balcony now. We can have a look at the overnight table. And at the top of it, Thomas Junghans, where when you consider the struggles that he had towards the latter end of Group A, it's quite miraculous that he's got himself in this position.
Absolutely. And if you can show me one person who thought that he would be at the top of the table at the end of day 1 in Group C, then I'd like to speak to them, because they know more darts about Thomas than we did, because I really did think that what happened on Tuesday morning especially had a huge effect on what he was going to do for the rest of the week. But what yesterday told us is that Thomas Junghans has got a lot of resilience, maybe more than we ever thought.
As for James Howell, he also found himself on 8 points, and he put in the performance of the day, didn't he, yesterday against Scott Mitchell. Now, he was very close, very, very close to breaking that Jason Askew record average against him.
People have been close, but they still haven't done it. But ultimately, I think the thing that will please James the most is that he saved his best performance for playing Scott Mitchell. And if he didn't play that well, he would have lost. Because what we can't forget is that Mitchell played really well in that game as well. It was a spectacular match. And if we get a better game than that this week, I'll be very pleased.
Well, if you break down the first day of Group C and you look at the numbers towards what happened, it felt pretty much a case of a little bit of caginess at times and players just having to dig results out.
Yeah, people were digging, that's for sure, but ultimately there was some good stuff in there. An overall average of 85.8. That's kind of what we expect, let's put it that way. Breaks of throw going towards the halfway point, maybe not as much as we saw on Monday and Tuesday, where breaks of throw were very, very common. But quickest leg, 11 darter, that seems to be the key for this week. Nobody's had a 10 yet, but maybe we'll get one today. But the checkout rate at 31.25, that's maybe one of the reasons why the session was so long.
So that is how the day looked numerically. Let's see how the bookmakers have responded to proceedings and what they've said going into today's action. Now, not many times in a Group C does the player in 4th position going into the final day's action actually go off as a bookmaker's favourite.
Yeah, this is different for me. I've not seen it before. I think Hurrell being second favourite is fair, considering his position in the table. But if you think about Thomas at 11-4, that represents a lot of value, considering he's at the top of the table right now. But with 5 games to go per player, a lot can happen. And I'm not really sure who's going to qualify in the top 2. It could be lots of different combinations.
And you look at the way yesterday went, the amount of 4-3s, the amount of 4-2s, so they could so easily change on a pinhead. Yeah,
we'll dig really deep into what's possible today, and we will look back on yesterday to see any sort of pattern that could possibly have a bearing on Friday afternoon. But this is a really tough one to call over what's going to be maybe another marathon 5 hours of darts over 15 games. And I've got to pay a tribute to the players, though. It was a tough afternoon. It was hot out there. But we still got 43 maximums, which was the best session of the week.
It most certainly was. Let's see what the bet builder's saying ahead of this afternoon's session. This is a compilation of bets that have been going through the markets and the exchanges, and we've put a little handicap together on it, 6.5 to 1. This is what our punters are thinking today.
Yeah, it actually took me 2 or 3 looks at that first one to figure out why that would be the case. And if you look at what Atkinson has done in his first game all week, he's usually had his worst game in the very first game of the day. So that's why Young'uns at 1.5 minus at 4 to 5 looks quite inviting. But as far as Hurrell having most 180s against Atkinson, well, yes, that makes sense. Hurrell against Lishman, over 180s for the both of them, 3 or more, looks pretty likely because some of the games yesterday, we had got a truckload of them, and that could be another one.
So what a day we've got ahead of us here at the Super Series. 25 matches will decide the final 5 places into tomorrow night's finale. We kick off with Josh Richardson against Tommy Lishman. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box, and he's going to be joined for the first time this week in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. Hello, Matt.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everyone. Good to be back down here in Portsmouth for the conclusion here of Group C and B, and also for the finals tomorrow. And been casting my eye over things at home and watching along. And Tommy Lishman, for me, is somebody who's caught the eye at times. He was someone we looked over last week as someone who we don't know what to expect from. He was averaging 73 across his ADC campaigns. But he's came down here and he's really put in some good performances across the week. And he ended that Group A campaign on Wednesday with a 4-0 victory over Stefan Belmont and a 4-1 victory over Thomas Jorgens, who is currently top of the table. Wasn't able to get that going yesterday, just picking up the 2 points.
85.
So he's going to have his hands full at the start of today. He is still in the running. He's got an opportunity to qualify through, but he's going to need to kick off with a strong performance here
99.
against Josh Richardson, the son of James Richardson from Northamptonshire. Josh currently running at an average of 85 on the PDC Challenge Tour,
30.
which continues that level of improvement we've seen for Josh for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I get the feeling, Matt,
39.
that maybe Josh is progressing at a very sustainable rate. You see some people
75.
who hit the scene very quickly. You expect from them, let's face it, we're in the 2020s, and young talents are expected to go on and do big things very soon, but there are other
81.
talents that just take a few more seasons to grasp what they're going to do long term, and maybe Josh is one of those.
I think some of that also comes down to exposure
58.
now, though, as well, and sort of the access we get to darts and data. It wasn't that many years ago with the Pro Tour. We didn't even know what the Pro Tour was averaging. Now, pretty much all your local events, we know the averages that are running through. It's taking over the game, and you get so much more access to data that I think sometimes it's kind of what you pick and choose, isn't it, to tell the story.
43. Joshua required 41.
Had some good finishing yesterday, did Josh. He was pretty much on
Game shot
par
the
with what
first
we
leg.
expect.
Josh Richardson.
That's exactly what he wanted to start Friday off, because he has got 6
Second leg,
points
it's
in
Tommy
this
to throw
table.
first. Game on.
And I said yesterday, before he played game 15 against Lishman, that if he beats him twice, he will be on the same amount of points as Younghans and Hurrell,
98.
admittedly with them having the game in hand. Matt, I've got to say it at this early juncture, I really don't know who's going to qualify from this group.
42.
I'm with you. I get that. It's a very, very tricky group to call. However, I do not like those odds of 7 to 4 on Scott Mitchell to be the
59.
favourite to win this group. He's going to be coming up in our next game against James Hurrell. And if he is to lose that match, he's going to be 4 points behind the leader, which would be James Hurrell. With just 4
99.
games to go.
Lots for us to discuss over the next
40.
4.5 to 5 hours. I was talking up Tommy Lishman yesterday, this game against Scott Mitchell in his first match has set him on the wrong path in Group C,
60.
because it was a game he should have won. He was 3-1 up. He He missed a fair few doubles. And as a result of that, I think it had a huge effect
180
on what he did for the rest of the day, because average-wise, it was his worst day of the week. 82.9. And if you compare that to his overall average for the week,
140. Tommy required
88.14.
124.
That's a big reduction.
I think
46.
Tommy's a bit of a poster boy,
Joshua
really,
required
for
160.
averages not meaning everything in terms of what he's been doing away from here has been nothing like the levels he's been showing here. He's around about a 73 average on the ADC, but when he's come here, he's raised it and upped it a level,
41.
which just goes to show
Tommy
that
requires 78.
it's different in different environments.
Yeah, very much so. He's been the king of the 180s this week as well.
38.
Courtesy of that
Joshua
first
required
maximum of the day.
119.
He's now got 38. Interesting. I think Tommy appreciated that route for the 119. That's a bit of
63.
Tommy, that, because he's done
Tommy
a bit of
required 40.
bull, single bull this week. That's a bad dart. And
22.
he's playing a lot quicker there than he
Joshua
has at any
required
point
56.
this week so far. An invitation for Richardson for his first break of throw then. It's only 56 that he needs.
Make that 55. But he's going to go dart the double 18, which is where he was trying to
38.
leave himself.
Tommy, you require 18.
There's quite a bit of distance between that. It wasn't like it was just on the wire. That was a bad dart there. And
Game
that
shot
was kind
on
of
the
a
second
handy
leg.
miss because he
Tommy
overpitched that
Lichman.
one. And if he'd have got the sort of width right, it would have been in the double 12. Recovered it well.
Third leg, it's
levels up
Josh
the
to throw
game.
first. Game
But-
on.
You'd have heard this yourself, Paul, all the time. People always asking, what do I need to average to get in the Super Series? What do I need to be at? Tommy Lichman is going to be my answer, I think, to any time anyone asks me that. I don't think it's about averages. I think it's
80.
about personality and how you can adapt and how you can sort of rise to the occasion. It's something
22.
inside rather than numbers.
I've seen it a lot with correspondence with young players and even some more experienced players over the last couple of years who now have access to all of their stats. First thing that I do when someone asks me about their
140.
average is that my eyes roll. 3 words. Just keep winning.
78.
That's all it is. It's not about averages. Just keep getting opponents, keep beating those people that are put in front of you, and things will happen. Every now and again, someone might tap you on the
60.
shoulder and say, "Did you say what you averaged there?" If you can be the person that hasn't got a clue, you're going to be more successful than someone
98.
who obsesses over it.
Well, ultimately, that's all we judge by, don't we? There's no ranking system for averages. There's ranking system for wins.
And there's no averages on trophies, in the words of Chris Mason.
180.
Well, that is the first 180 of the day for Josh.
140.
That's his 9th of the group.
Joshua
He's
required
on 41 again.
Not the best maths there from Tommy Lichman, which sometimes can be the difference between players starting on the 20s rather than the 19s.
25.
This is where it comes into play. The missed opportunity for Josh, and Tommy can't do anything about it.
And what's strange is that mathematically this week,
130.
he's been a savant.
Joshua requires 60.
He hasn't made any mistakes. Does he think
Game shot on
that
the
this is
third
too
leg.
much of a mountain to
Josh
climb today?
Richardson.
Because from 2 points on Thursday to get in the top 2 in this group, that is going to be very, very
Fourth leg,
hard.
it's Tommy to throw
Especially
first.
when he's losing
Game
this
on.
first game. Don't be surprised that if he loses against
100.
Josh, his next 4 matches, he might think, you know what, 10 points isn't going to get there, so I'm going to have some fun. And if you've seen on social media this week some of the things that he's done,
140.
some of the finishes he's tried, we might see the full repertoire of Lichman, which might be something to see.
You're saying we could see something that's
93.
rivaled some of the shots we've seen before, like a bull 12 bull or a 3 bull?
2 days ago, he had 101, hit the bull, hit a 1, missed the
57.
bull.
That is naughty darts to the extreme.
98.
Richardson yesterday averaged 86.24. 35% on the doubles, hitting 17 from 48 with those 8
90.
maximums and 2 really good checkouts of 124 and 127. It was a very good campaign.
78.
But he's got to speed up. I'm not sure 6 points is going to be enough today. I think he's going to have to get 8 or 10. Which means he's going to have to beat either one of or both his
58.
England teammates.
Tommy require
in Mitchell and Hurrell.
132.
I thought he might have stayed on the bullseye there. It looked like a
112.
really inviting dart the way it just
Joshua
sort of stood up in the board.
156.
He's trying to keep us guessing, Matt.
You should have seen Barry Van Peer last week. He was going some funky ways.
100.
Did he do the
Tommy
1-2-4
required
on 14s
20.
first?
Oh, yes. Still don't understand that
I
one.
love that shot. Double 10. A little
No
bit of deja
score.
vu here with
Joshua required
leaving
56.
41 twice and leaving 56 twice. This time he does get the single on the 56 shot.
Game shot
And
on
the double
fourth
for
leg.
3-1.
Josh Richardson.
His leg difference, as it stands, is a very healthy
Fifth leg. It's
+5.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Get a 4-1 win here. He will have the best leg difference in the group. But interestingly, Matt, between the top 4 before play started, there was only 4 legs between them. +6 for Young'uns, +2 for
41.
Mitchell in 4th spot, and only 2 points between them. Hence why we're finding it very hard to pick the winner and the runner-up.
60.
And with that, what that means is some of these head-to-head clashes might actually become vital, not just in terms of the winner, but the margin of the win as well. You can pick up a nice big early win against one of your rivals.
58.
It's a double whammy because you're taking legs off them while putting onto yourself. A 4-1 victory will give you a 6-leg swing.
140.
Nicknamed Stealth, of course, this young man. And his father got in touch yesterday saying he's got another nickname, 24/7. Still don't know why.
58.
But he does reside in your county, doesn't he, Northamptonshire?
He does, the other side of it, but he's Rushden, isn't he?
97.
The Richardsons. Yeah, I can't think of 24/7. I can't think of this, what the potential story behind that is.
140.
Maybe he's just on the board 24/7.
Maybe. We'll have to ask James the next time he graces this
100.
stage. Pretty sure that's not going to be too long. This is good. Great timing.
180.
Can't time it better than that.
Tommy require 104.
Lishman is now on the edge of the diving board.
64.
It's all yours, Josh.
required 24.
For the ideal start. Started with a 4-0 yesterday. Starts
Game,
with a 4-1
shot,
today.
And the match.
He
Josh
points to the
Richardson.
sky. He doesn't need any inspiration because that was exactly what he needed. A very steady start of an 85 average, and he wins in the very first game by 4 legs to 1. A very warm welcome back. This one promises much. This is game 2 of our Group C schedule for today. It was the headline match yesterday, and it did not disappoint. Hurrell against Mitchell yesterday was just delicious, and it gave us our biggest individual winning average of the week from the man who's decked out in a little bit of orange and white today. As for Mitchell,
First gets James to throw first. Game on.
he was the favourite going into this group today at 7-4 with the odds compilers, even though he started the campaign in 4th position behind Richardson, Hurrell and Youngans.
58.
And now that he's seen Josh Richardson go to 8 points, how do you compute that, Matt?
I didn't like it at the start of the day. I thought it was probably the wrong way around, really, and especially at a short price of 7-4.
140.
If he was to go lose this match to James Hurrell, he could potentially be 4 points off the pace. And that's even a qualifying place, not just to win the group. But that's looking at it from a negative point of view. If we look at it from a positive from Scott Mitchell's point of view, this is probably an ideal game because he could stop one of his rivals and the second favourite here in James Hurrell from reaching 10 points whilst joining him on 8.
100.
I think this is probably the ideal game for both. I don't think either of them will be disappointed getting this game first. And it's a big sort of opportunity match for both players to really line up the rest of the day.
60.
I think the ideal scenario for all of us neutrals is a Mitchell win. He gets to 8 points alongside the other 3. And Lishman and Atkinson will just be the spoilers for the rest of the day.
180.
But sometimes things just don't follow the script.
I don't know many players that like playing to that script. Most of them like to rip it up and rewrite it in their favour, which is what Scott Mitchell's doing in the very first leg here.
57.
It was James Hurrell with the
Scott,
advantage
you
of the
require
throw.
81.
And that has been completely eradicated. 100 points on the board, plus the 3 darts in his hand. Which means he doesn't have to be going for the 12 and the bolt. He can just set up and come back with 3 darts in his hand
41.
for the double of choice, which will be double 20.
For quite a while yesterday, Hurrell was in record territory. I'll touch on that in the next leg.
100.
Let's see if this opening
Scott, you
break
require 40.
can be found for Scotty Dog.
Game shot
Yes,
on
it
the first
can.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
Starting strong. Can he get the 4 legs he requires?
Second leg, it's
To not
Scott
just
to throw
bolster
first.
that
Game on.
points total, but also that leg difference, which is now a few extra legs behind, courtesy of that big win for Josh. He sits at +2, Hurrell's at +5, so a
100.
slightly larger win would mean he could jump Hurrell after round 1. But let's talk about that record attempt yesterday from James. He was sitting on double top at 3-1 up.
84.
Mitchell takes out 100 to deny Hurrell a shot at the match. It would be a match that James would ultimately win anyway by 4 legs to 2. But we calculated, after much mulling, that if Hurrell got a shot at that tops and hit it first
41.
dart, he would not have broken the record. He would have registered an average of 118.14, which is 0.52 short of the MODUS Super Series record.
Well, that's just not good enough, is it?
93.
4 darts on James. Makes you think, though, about that record, doesn't it? And think, when's it going to be broken? Because inevitably it will be broken. It's just when and by who.
60.
I'm sure Seb Coe never thought that his 800-metre record would ever be broken. And it took decades for someone to better it. It will be broken, but like you say, Matt, it's just a question of when. I'd like to get your thoughts on
44.
the Hillbilly Dart shirt, by the way, because yesterday it was a lovely shade of light blue, which pretty much the same as the light blue you're wearing today, in fact. But I categorized it somewhat mischievously as the world's worst word search.
95.
I do like this one, though. I think this is a little bit different. I think it takes a really good, confident dart player to wear white. And
83.
for me, this is one of the better ones that I've seen from him. I like this one.
Well, you are a connoisseur of shirts. I remember I once got my shirt described by yourself as toothpaste.
Still call it toothpaste. Having an opinion about a shirt is better than having no opinion at all. That's what I say. Oh, yeah.
177.
All over it. And Mitchell dipping his bread plenty in the gravy. This is a great performance.
And that's where an opinion
49.
isn't coming to the
Scott, you
forefront, because it
require
is a great
28.
performance here from Scott Mitchell. 15 darts. Sets himself up on a double. Comes down to the double 7. Oh.
Now, was there a case?
No score. James
of
require
splitting that
148.
14. Maybe going for a 6 or a 10.
I think a lot of players really do enjoy that double 14. James Hurrell would love a shot at the double 14, but he won't get it. Mitchell nodding along in the background.
100.
He fancies
Scott,
this
you required
opportunity
28.
to double his lead.
We did get a 148 last night from Owen Bates, which was a seismic
Game
shot.
on the second leg. Scott Mitchell.
That second leg win keeps Scotty Dog on track. The drawing level with
Third leg,
the
it's
top
James to
three.
throw first. Game
So you
on.
spoke about shirts. I'm going to speak briefly now about walk-ons, and the reason for this is Scott Mitchell told me the last time he was down here that he came under a bit of flack
140.
from what originally was the start of social media back in the day, from his sort of walk-on when he used to walk on with a pretend dog, which, Scott, I'm not going to defend it. It was horrific. But
100.
he's talking now about other people doing similar sort of walk-ons. We've seen someone recently walk on with a plastic lawnmower. I think Scott Mitchell set the trend, you could say, for these wacky walk-ons.
100.
You make a good point, actually. I didn't think about it like that. Obviously, Damon Heta would like to feel more relaxed doing his walk-ons and trying to gain a few extra fans as well in places like Czechia and Belgium and
100.
the Netherlands. It all brings a smile to our face, but this is a very different time as well. It's all about social media and hits, and
100.
it is a bit of a popularity contest sometimes. Everybody's had their little things that they do. I mean, Ross Smith, towards the end of 2022, he was throwing
140.
rather expensive
James
dart
require
shirts out to the crowd
161.
for free.
I do like individuality, though. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot more of now.
65.
When
Scott,
you think
you
of Scott
require
Mitchell, you
161.
think of that horrific moment walking on the pretend dog.
I don't think he needs that anymore. I think the song itself, the image he's got, the popularity he has, that's enough.
85. James, you require
And
96.
Hurrell will find enough. He might need to hit this, because if he doesn't, could be in peril.
Game shot on the
Superb
third
from the
leg.
England captain.
James Hurrell.
And that's what this game is all about. Current captain, former
Fourth leg,
captain,
it's Scott to throw
both
first. Game on.
current internationals.
Well, maybe that's what the shirt is. Maybe it's a tribute to Holland, who they recently played at the old Six Nations.
You don't often see current
100.
England internationals in orange, because there is a bit of a rivalry between the Netherlands and England when it comes to international darts. But I remember famously, years ago, didn't Mervyn King wear
100.
a Dutch-inspired shirt at Lakeside? You ever seen that before?
No, I've not seen that one.
I'll have to dig that one out for you. think it might have been after that very controversial time where he asked for the oche to be measured.
140.
I remember that bit.
Might
Sometimes
have been 2002 when he made the final, actually.
But sometimes you do go up on stage, don't you? And it just feels longer.
140.
You know it's not long, but it just feels like it is. Just the whole perception, the difference of the board, the lighting. I always use the term "it feels deep," but that's just another word for it feeling long, where it just feels like it's a
81.
little bit sucked into the sort of backdrop on the stage.
I think that's one of the reasons for this colour scheme here at the MODUS Super Series, because everybody likes to have a dark-coloured background,
140.
a little bit of colour out there, just like we've got here. And a lot of people weren't a fan of Lakeside when they had those cubes everywhere. I actually had a throw on the Lakeside stage once, and I thought it looked a bit odd.
100.
But then again, that's because
James
I was used to
required
the solid
121.
backgrounds like we have here. We might have a game on our hands if this 1-2-1 is popped.
$80.
It's still
Scott, you
very much
require
in
80.
the air, this one. Mitchell yesterday missed a fair few doubles. Will he miss tops here?
Game
He
shot
does
on the
not.
foreplay. Scott
Huge
Mitchell.
double top for Scotty Dog. And you can see what that meant to him.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw
You'll get
first.
one of two
Game on.
celebrations from Scott when he does something good. You'll get that silent sort of shake of the fist, like a silent fist bump, or he'll actually point at the board with the left hand, as if to say, that's exactly what I wanted to do. But just going back to that point about
140.
stages as well, there was one that I really didn't like, which I know you was probably a very big fan of at times, was the one at the Reebok, the UK Open stage, and it was the year when they were sponsored by a company that used red.
60.
They had a red surround, so the surround sort of blurred in with the background, so it made the board feel even smaller. And when I went to Alexandra Palace and I went on stage and I realised that it was a blue sponsor with a blue backboard, when I went in the practice room,
59.
I specifically practiced on the boards with a blue ring rather than ones with a red ring, just because it can sometimes make the board feel smaller.
Yeah, I think it's very smart of you to do that. These visual perceptions can play with your
60.
mind if you don't have the same amount of experience. As you can see, we've got a black background here and a black rubber ring around the board, which means that the board itself, the red, the green, the white segments, they all pop.
42.
It just feels very natural. As far as Hurrell was concerned yesterday, he averaged exactly 92 for his day. 34% on doubles. A very good day.
180.
Mitchell also averaged over 91, 91.14, and 31% on doubles. They were the two people who averaged the most yesterday. And there's still a lot of people who think that
140.
these two are going to qualify for Saturday night. And I'm sure there are people out there who have got their tickets for Saturday night thinking, I want to see both of them.
One person you'll definitely see is Andy Bolton, who
105.
qualified
James
through
required
Group A.
120.
The rest of the lineup will be confirmed by the end of play today. Or if you want to be really picky, the beginning of tomorrow.
100.
Mitchell hits this 96
Scott, you
in the
require
same fashion
96.
that Hurrell did in winning his only leg of this contest. Things are going to change in the table. But he can't.
60. James required 20.
Opportunity here for James to hold his throw. He will have to find a break. He only has to find the one break from 3-1 down in this one. He's got to hold first. He's only got one more dart and one more opportunity.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Finds it with the
James
last dart in
Hurrell.
hand. This is the leg for James Hurrell. At 3-1 down, he only had to hold twice.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
But the breaker throw.
We've seen some really good darts this week. And in particular, we've seen some really good doubling. But in this group yesterday,
180.
it was a little bit down. But there's nothing down about that first visit from Mitch. Superb performance from both players. There's such good game chemistry between these two.
60.
Whenever they play each other, something happens. And like we referenced yesterday, Matt, Hurrell has hit a 9-darter against Mitchell this year on the Challenge Tour.
I think some of this also comes down to a strong element of respect between the
60.
two players. They both know what the other one is capable of, and with that, one thing you can see on both of their faces is focus and determination. They know what the other one is capable of, and they've just got to really focus on their own darts, eke out every little bit of ability that they can, because they know it's going to be needed. And that is a big last dart there for James Hurrell, just to keep him in the leg.
Hit that shot from round the corner, didn't he? He was almost in line with the table.
Thought he was going to give a pierce into Charlie Corsteffine's ear on the way past there.
140.
That almost happened yesterday. There was a very strange bounce out and Charlie got whacked with a dart. Dangerous work as a referee.
Just think of the views if it was stuck in his leg or something.
Gives me thinking you're squeamish as well.
131. Scott,
Nice
you
lead from
require
James.
121.
Well, Mitchell is already on something easier. No match dart again.
97.
He leaves a possible
James
one.
require 170.
We've had one of these this week from Tommy Lishman. We're not going to get another. And when you consider that Mitchell is 50% on doubles and has 3 darts in hand to
59.
win this contest, this should be over.
Scott, you require 24.
Double 6.
Game, shot,
That's his best
and the match.
performance
Scott
of this
Mitchell.
group. It really was needed as well. The bookies had him as favourite to win this group. He's just done himself a favour, and he might still be the favourite to win this group, because by winning 4-2, he jumps up that table, a table we'll talk about more when we come back for Game 3. Welcome back, everybody. This is Adam Atkinson, and he's up against Thomas Younghans, who is no longer at the top of the table. He hasn't thrown a competitive dart yet so far today, but with this game in hand, if he can find a win,
First leg,
he
it's
will
Adam
find
to
his
throw
way
first.
back to
Game
the top
on.
of the table on points alone. And you have to say, Matt, this is going to be the 5th contest between these two this week. It will be their last.
Adam Atkinson yet to find a win in this group. Lost all 5 games yesterday. And I was surprised when I
81.
came in this morning and saw that, because when I look at Adam Atkinson, I remember the form he was in last year when he was getting to the top of those ADC rankings and he was starting to make a few moves on the Challenge Tour. I remember
57.
he did an exhibition with a certain Michael van Gerwen, and he made it all the way through to the final on that day. And Michael van Gerwen says, this is a lad to watch. I believe he even had a dart to beat him and win that tournament.
133.
You do wonder if something like that has put a bit too much expectation on his shoulders. He's not going to qualify through this group. Not the way things are. Because we have 4 players on 8 points and Adam's on 0.
81.
The best he can do is 10 points, and more than 2 players are going to get to 10 or 12, that's for sure. So he can use today as a tool to find out what's gone wrong, what's going right, and then hopefully when he goes back to Hartlepool,
70.
he will know what to work on from here. But unfortunately for Adam, his 100% qualification record of making Saturday nights is going to be broken today.
139.
I suppose it just goes back to thinking and how you process certain things, doesn't it? Because obviously a week doesn't define a season, whether it's a positive or a
100.
negative. And you say about that expectation, has he got self-expectation off the back of what happened at the back end of last year and those big words from one of the legends of the sport in Van Gerwen?
Yeah, maybe.
41.
We're looking in a
Adam, you require
positive sense.
117.
He did actually have his best running average for a daily campaign yesterday, even though he didn't get a win. 79.41 in his 4th day of competition.
40.
That being his best for the week is slightly worrying. His doubles all week have been under the 30% mark, well, the majority of the time anyway. Still found 5 maximums yesterday.
59. Adam, you require
He's
77.
had 1 ton plus finish all week long. This is the famous John Part shot.
Game shot on the first
And there you
leg.
have it. A
Adam
really good start
Atkinson.
from Adam. 18 darts. He did sweat it up a little bit yesterday in that
Second leg,
very
it's Thomas to
sticky
throw
room
first. Game on.
throughout the afternoon. He was utilising his sleeves a lot to try and take the perspiration away from his brow.
43.
Thomas yesterday, a really good rebound. Nightmare Tuesday, not a great Wednesday. He was very solid on Monday, averaging high 80s, picking up a very tidy 6 points.
85.
Yesterday was better though. 86.69, a very competitive running average. And he was 35% on the doubles for yesterday as well, which is not too shabby.
58.
He was doing a lot right at times when people were not playing at their optimum.
We spoke about
42.
shirts in the last one. I'm just trying to have a look at the back here of Adam Atkinson's shirt. It says something about saying die. I wonder if that's some sort of slogan he's got about never giving up or quitting.
Yeah, it says
60.
Poolies never say die. Something to do with Hartlepool. And the reason you can see a monkey without fear of things coming back on me, because this is exactly what they say about people from Hartlepool. They have an affectionate
66.
nickname for people from Hartlepool. They're called monkey hangers. If you want to know the story behind that, please search for that. It's a pretty sinister story.
140.
So with that in mind, the thoughts of what Adam Atkinson is going to be feeling coming in today, whether he can qualify or he can't, we're not going to see any quitting him because it's written on his actual shirt.
Well, there you go then. He's got to live up to that
57.
mantra. And I think a realistic goal for him today is to pick up 2 wins. Because he hasn't done that all week. He had 1 win, consequently, against Thomas on Tuesday.
100.
He's lost every other game. That's 19 losses from 20 games.
And I can't say I would have honestly expected that when I saw the name come up on the
55.
sheet.
Thomas require
I
100.
remember the waves he was making last year, and surprised when I walked in today and saw the position he was in.
I think in a funny sort of way because there's so many people knocking on the door of this place now.
60.
That if he wants to get back here, he's going to have to do it through the ADC qualification route. He's one of the poster childs of the ADC system. One of the first winners in that system last year.
26.
And he
Thomas
has won a couple of
require
tournaments
40.
very locally to him as well recently, and he will persevere with that. Thomas is here via the ADC Europe qualification route.
30. Adam, you require 170.
They're both wearing blue shirts, and this one will be out of the blue.
These are the sort of things that are happening when you're not quite at your best. You dig something out.
134.
I think we all
Thomas
wanted Adam to
require
hit that.
10.
Apart from Thomas, of course. Double 2.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the
very
second
good
leg.
shot.
Thomas Younghans.
There was a lot of risk there. If he missed that things could start to go the same way as
Third
Tuesday.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
He
Game
won his
on.
first 3 legs on Tuesday. He didn't win another one all day. He would lose 22 legs in a row, which equaled the record of Peter Manley. Fortunately for him, he did not
58.
lose the 23rd, which means he doesn't own that record on his own. He actually co-owns it with one of the legends of the sport.
That was such a fun week as well when Peter Manley was down here. He
30.
was down here as part of our Seniors Weeks, which is another route of qualification here. There are spots available for the Seniors Order of Merit as well. So plenty of opportunities to get yourself down to the Super Series if you're sat at home thinking, fancy a bit of that myself.
Yeah, many
40.
players have tried to get here and failed, but many opportunities are still open. And at this juncture, because we have the World Senior Masters this weekend in Yeovil,
100.
good luck to everybody competing and to everybody working at that tournament. We'll all be watching. Well, we're not watching this, of course.
Our commentary
85.
colleague Chris Mason will be in the field kicking off the show against Trina Gulliver.
This is good stuff from Thomas.
140.
Doesn't quite get a maximum. He's got 11 in total this week. He had 5 yesterday. So almost half of his weekly total, which is very encouraging considering that's only 25% of what he's done for the week.
138.
A really good upward trend. Now, this is where you've got to be crafty to leave a finish if you don't get a treble. He hasn't got to worry about that, though. He's looking to leave something a lot smaller
137.
than, say, 170 or 167.
94 can get very tricky and it can put you in two minds, which is kind of where the trickiness starts. It starts on the process.
140.
Does he go the bull?
Thomas
Does he go the
requiring
18s?
94.
Does that 140 change his mind?
He does still have two options. Treble 17 or treble 11. Can't recover. And this game is being
38.
played in Adam's wheelhouse
Adam, you require 40.
for this week, which is in the mid to high 70s average range. Bad dart, but one left.
30.
All
Thomas
just a bit
required
ragged.
56.
Darts thrown with a lack of confidence.
Game shot on the
It's not
third
going to
leg.
make him feel any
Thomas
better. That is a breaker
Younghands.
throw there for Thomas Younghands. But just
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to
reeling back
throw
very
first.
slightly to
Game
that.
on.
exchange of shots there. Adam Atkinson on 180, Younghands on 94. Atkinson hits the 140. I wonder if the plan for
137.
Younghands was always to go for the bull, or if it was depending on what Adam Atkinson did. So Adam Atkinson hit a 60 and left 120. Would he have thought, well, he's only got one dart to double if he hits a treble? I'm going to go on the 18s.
29.
I think more players now, especially at the elite level, are forgetting about the bull route. They're going for the treble anyway. Have you seen that with the darts that you've watched over the last 3 to 6 months? That more players are forgetting about the
135.
getting one dart at the bullseye thing. And now they are backing themselves on either getting 2 darts at the outer ring or going for the double-double as the plan B.
Absolutely. But the reason I pose that question as well is because I'm also seeing that slight trend of
59.
when someone sets something up like a one dart shot like Adam Atkinson did, they pause. And it's almost like they're second guessing their decision. And it's like it's a changing over that we're moving to that system now of going for the trebles.
139.
But there's still that little bit of doubt that it's the right thing to do when the opponent leaves the double. And just that little pause is just notable in quite a lot of players.
Someone is turning the screw.
59.
And his name is Thomas.
Thomas, you require 90.
The average is climbing. His scores are getting a lot smaller after not many darts thrown. Well, your guess is as good as mine. Why did he do that?
30.
He's got 18. He's left 72. So why go 18s? Go down to 16s. Hit a couple of them and leave double top. He's had darts on the floor this week on numerous days. And now he's got a somewhat tricky-looking 60
Thomas, you require
with an
60.
upright angle of attack. I'm speechless.
Game shot on the fourth
That is a
leg.
weird checkout
Thomas
for many, many
Younghands.
reasons, and I haven't got enough time to talk about it. But we're going to anyway. Why did he go
Fifth leg,
18s
it's
with
Adam to
the
throw
dart 2 on the
first.
previous
Game
visit?
on.
Any ideas?
I think this is down to patterns. Now, a lot of players don't actually know the maths. What they know is this treble leaves me that double or different combinations of finishes. I don't think he knew what the actual number was he left. So he just
95.
persisted with the task. And if he hit that, I think he'd have probably stepped back to try and work out where he was. I think that's just purely a play of patterns.
97.
And then we move on to missing the board. Is that just wanting to stay away from the treble 20 too much?
Yeah, for that exact reason you said about the angle of entry there in terms of trying not to block up the tops.
100.
But this is a vital leg here for Adam Atkinson. If he is to lose this leg, his campaign will be mathematically done. He will not be able to qualify.
And it would get Thomas
100.
starting on the right foot as well. When he starts pretty well, he tends to have a good day. I think Adam knows it already.
96.
that he's done. His leg difference at -13 is drastically behind that of Mitchell, Richardson, Hurrell and Younghans. And it's only going to get worse, courtesy of things like that.
180.
Well, that was a tightly compact 180 right in the middle of the bed. And fantastically timed there as well from Thomas. Atkinson can only hit and
90.
hope he's getting to that
Thomas
territory now.
124.
Rapidly coming out of his hands.
Gets a shot at the ball and should go for it.
99.
Very close.
Adam, you require 120.
Atkinson's biggest finish of the week, his solitary ton plus finish, 118 yesterday. He's going to need to better it to stay in this match.
Needs a treble. A long way off. And that might be the last dart he throws in terms of competitiveness, in terms of trying to qualify for this group. But we will have
82.
4 more matches for him
Thomas,
to go
you
yet.
require 25.
This is 25 to end all hopes for him mathematically.
This is for Thomas to be top of the table with points and the best leg difference.
Game, shot.
That's what it
and
is.
The match.
He'll
Thomas
have 10 points.
Younghans.
He'll have +9 in leg difference. And round 1 has gone according to plan for the man from Switzerland. 4 legs to 1 to Younghans. And when we come back, it's round 2.
MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is the MODUS Super Series here from Portsmouth. The Live Lounge has seen round 1 come and go, and it has been good news for both of these guys so far today, winning their games by 4 legs to 1 for Josh.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
For Mitchell,
Game
and
on.
the person who was top of the table coming into this session, Thomas Younghans, has won his match as well. But here's where we're going to start. Adam Atkinson has been eliminated from the possibility of making Saturday night for the 3rd time in his Super Series career.
60.
So he has 4 games to go, and he will be playing for position in the table, potentially in a battle with Tommy Lishman for the bottom 2. It is now what seems like
140.
a 4-horse race, Matt.
I fully agree, and from that first lap of fixtures, we've learnt a little bit as well about the players. Coming into today, the bookie says, keep your eye on Scott Mitchell, and we said, we're not too sure about that. And after the first lap of
100.
fixtures, Scott Mitchell says, keep your eyes on me. He was fantastic in that opening performance, 96.47 average, 3 maximums in his beating over James Horrell.
78.
He's going up against another man now with England experience in Josh Richardson.
Yeah, very much so. And I somewhat flippantly said that Mitchell's win in round 1 today was his best performance of the week.
180.
because of the context of the table and the pressure he was under to get the win, it still is his best win of the week. But statistically, he played better against Josh yesterday, winning 4-2, averaging over 97.5.
100.
What he would give
Scott, you require
to
161.
get that kind of win against someone who's got the most, the same points as him right now. Watch out.
136.
He's after one of those big finishes. He had a couple of close calls on Thursday, and he didn't necessarily have to go for that.
He is a player, though, that will always go for this. I had a very good conversation.
40.
Myself and him
Scott,
was on
you require
commentary
25.
not too long ago, and he spoke about these big finishes, and he said how Martin Adams sort of told him to always go for the big shot. And I'll tell you the reason why.
No score. Josh, you
In a second,
require
'cause he just bust that one.
143.
Giving Josh Richardson an opportunity he probably didn't expect. But he's going to need to find 2 trebles. Probably the same 2 trebles Scott found for his one. But that, a long, long way off for Josh.
103. Scott, you require 25.
Can't bust it this time.
Game
And
shot
doesn't.
the first leg. Scott Mitchell.
Mitchell is controlling his destiny at the minute. And what we're going to show
Second
you
leg,
is our
it's Josh to
live
throw
table
first. Game on.
after the first leg of this contest. Bear in mind that Mitchell was outside the top 3 at the start of play. If he gets the win in this
57.
game, he will be in the top 2, and Josh Richardson would remain outside of the qualifying spots. With some of the chasers, for example, James Hurrell, having a game in hand. Hurrell's game in hand in
60.
the second round is against Adam Atkinson. And Younghans has got Tommy Lishman next. And Younghans, as you can see, is top right now.
95.
So I did say I'd let you know a bit more about that conversation. Scott said he had a conversation with Martin Adams, and he says that you should always go for the shot on the bullseye, because otherwise you're telling your opponent
100.
that you can't hit it. And I flipped that, and I said to Scott, I says, but are you also telling your opponent by going for the single that you don't need to hit it?
Who said darts isn't about psychology? There's a whole host of different ways to go for things and reasons for that.
23.
My philosophy on shots like that, if your opponent is on a finish, go for it. If they're not,
60.
I don't mind if you do or you don't. The only time it really bit me was in a match play game against Wes Newton, of course, where I think it was 161 I had.
140.
I went for the ball and then ended up fiddling around on 8s, 4s, 2s and 1s. And everybody said to me, oh, you shouldn't have gone for the ball, you should have left double 16. And think about how many darts I had a double after that. It didn't make any difference.
And ultimately, they'd probably be the doubles you'd leave yourself anyway, because you've probably gone for the 18.
140.
But then on another side, the leg after one of the best legs of my career, I was sitting on something like a 161, hit the 60, hit the 51, had the bull left. Phil Taylor was not on a finish, and I hit a big 18 and hit the 32 the next dart. Darts has got variables.
56.
It's all about making good
Scott, you
decisions
require
at the right times.
141.
And this would be a lovely time to get a break of throw. I'd like to get your input, Matt, into what Mitchell is
100.
using here this week.
Josh, you require 130.
But after we see what Josh does with this 130. Double 5.
120. Scott, you require 41.
I don't know if you can feel it, but things are going Mitchell's way. And he take advantage.
9.
Just missed the right-hand
Josh,
side
you
of that
require
flight,
10.
which would have cushioned it in.
Josh Richardson there just took an extra second before approaching the board. Chooses to split. Would rather have 2 darts at the 4s.
Game shot on the second
Only needs the
leg.
1. We're
Josh
back
Richardson.
to a level game. He holds on to his throw. A couple of missed opportunities there for Scott Mitchell.
Third leg, it's Scott to
Can
throw
he carve
first.
himself
Game on.
anymore?
Earlier this year, Mitchell signed with a new manufacturer, and he's in a process right now of equipment being made for him,
100.
but he's using old equipment from top to tail. What's it like, from your perspective, going from one manufacturer to another, or going from one
100.
piece of equipment to another? How long does it genuinely take for you to feel like, this is my kit, I don't need to change anything else?
I think it takes a while, just because if you don't play well,
140.
you don't take that responsibility. You put the responsibility to the equipment. And I think that is why we see people change darts a lot, or they mix things up, and you'll see people in your local all the time
27.
standing differently, or because they don't like that air of responsibility on those. And that's what kind of makes the change be quite long, because you might miss something, and then instead of you just miss something, if I had my old equipment, that trust
100.
takes a while to build up, where actually there's probably not that much difference between the equipment.
You think people are more intricate with their thought processes these days?
180.
Oh, how good was that 180?
Scott, you
One of the
require
best of the week.
161.
But Mitchell still gets 6 darts. We'll come back to that question in a second. Options here.
99.
A lot of people might have gone bull with that last dart to leave a single to outer ring combo. As it stands, Mitchell not getting that treble 19, now still needs a treble for 2 darts to take this leg.
42. Scott, you require 62.
Speak about these shots all the time, because it actually seems like quite a low shot, 62. If you don't get that first dart right, you're only getting 1 dart at the double. He's not even going to get that.
Well, what's going on here? Because Mitchell has been, for pretty much his whole career, a double top guy.
22.
Why didn't he go for
Josh,
the
you
10
require 152.
when he had 50?
Well, his left top's in the long run anyway.
He's fortunate that Josh is not going to take this big out. And in the background, you've got Mitchell just taking his time
100. Scott, you
and
require
eventually
40.
leaving the double that we do associate with him. When he won the world title in 2015,
Game
he
shot.
could
on
hit
the
that with his
third
eyes
leg.
closed.
Scott Mitchell.
But it is 2-1 Mitchell. And just how intricate are people now when it
Fourth
comes
leg,
to
it's Josh to
equipment
throw
changes?
first. Game on.
I think the original question was more around like the thought patterns that people have around that.
96.
And the answer I've got to that is I don't think there's a logical thought pattern. I think too many people base on trial and error, feel, and short-term emotion, which is why we see a lot of chopping and changing, because we don't get
55.
any sort of like testing, trial. Who knows? The darts might be going, well, you just feel like they are. They're not the right darts because how they're landing, well, where they're landing in the board, not how they're landing, which is what we should be
52.
looking at. How it goes through the air, how it lands. But a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll pick up a few sets of darts, hit a 180 and go, oh, they're great. But they might fly horribly. It just gave you the outcome for a very short period of time. So ultimately, you just always stay in that mode of change. And when you look at
60.
modern day equipment and coaches and things that are now involved in the game, there is quite a lot of opportunity to put a bit more logic and a little bit more testing and a little bit more
81.
study and research behind the answers, rather than just, oh, this feels good today.
I'm a big believer in the fact that we need fitting days.
100.
Different manufacturers could put up a tent, take all of their equipment with them, and over the course of a couple of hours, you get fitted for the right set of darts based on a right fitting process. Other sports do it. Sometimes, if you want to go on a hike, you have to go to a certain shoe shop to get the right shoes. You have to be measured for them. But we don't have this process in darts, and trust me, I'm going to be screaming from the hilltops about this over the next couple of years because I think it should happen. Not just for pros, but for everybody who wants to get better at this game.
100.
Hardest thing to change in the world is consumer habits. And one of the things with darts is it has forever been a trial and error sort of sport.
140.
Mitchell can smell an opportunity if he leaves 46 here. Maybe less.
130.
It's a little bit more,
require 109.
but it's in the same ballpark. Richardson is being backed into a corner and he can't finish now. You can see what he feels about hitting that small one.
77.
All he can do is watch.
Scott, you require 56.
Mitchell goes for 3-1. And that break of throw that he badly craves.
16.
And doesn't find.
Joshua require 32.
But that was a kind of carbon copy of the last time Josh Richardson threw first. A couple of opportunities missed for Mitchell, and then Richardson steps in, takes his opportunity. He's got to go up to the 99 now. Wouldn't have been a choice. And from what we've seen of him
23.
before, I'd have expected in that situation
Scott,
at double
you
9 he'd
require
probably
40.
split rather than go 4.
And nobody practices that either when you hit that double 7.
Game
It's a
shot on the fourth
situation that you just have to
leg.
handle
Scott
when it comes
Mitchell.
around, and Mitchell is taking full advantage of the misses of Josh.
Fifth
Not
leg.
sure
It's
what's
Scott
on the
to
bottom
throw
of his shoe.
first. Game on.
He's a rather entertaining person to watch. Remember that time when he won a Lakeside match and he had to run off the stage because he was so desperate for the bathroom? I've never seen him run so quick.
60.
He's not your traditional runner, is he, Scott Mitchell? He's not a man built for marathons.
Yeah, he's more for moving cattle around the field and
180.
shoveling agriculture products with a very large piece of machinery.
One thing I've got to say, though, about Scott is he kind of just appreciates really good darts. Whether he's involved in the game or not, you saw him looking out to the back and he heard the 180 and he's sort of nodding along. There's nothing bitter about Scott Mitchell.
140.
He just appreciates being involved in great games.
He's been watching Josh since he was a child.
83.
I'm sure he's very proud of the fact that Josh was in the England team with him very recently. When you see somebody growing up in a darting family like the Richardsons, and then you see them blossom into an international player, that must make you feel
80.
really good.
Say a darting family, both Josh and James represented England at the same time. I believe that's the first time we've had a father and son combination representing England at
90.
darts at the same time.
I absolutely agree. An amazing thing to happen. There have been father-son combinations who have represented England at different times, like the Monks. But at the same time, yeah, that doesn't happen very often. Not in darts.
100. Joshua required
Not in
148.
any sport, really.
It probably happens in bull riding in America or something like that.
Well, a 1-2-1 is the shot for Scott Mitchell
40.
to put
Scott, you
himself
require 121.
into the top 2 at the end of this game. Really be in the running to get himself through to Saturday night. It's got to be a treble 17. That leaves the ball.
80.
That could have been done.
Joshua required 108.
Ironically, Josh had 108 left with 2 darts in the previous leg. This time he's got 3. This time he's got the 60 with the first dart.
92.
This could be very damaging.
Scott, you
for
require
Josh.
41.
Mitchell wins this. Hitting this 41, he goes to 10 points into the top 2.
Game,
And that's where
shot,
he's headed.
and the match.
With a leg
Scott
difference
Mitchell.
of +7. And in the process, he has reduced Richardson's to +5. Things are changing in the Group B table. It's Mitchell 4, Josh Richardson 1 after Game 4. Well, that last game was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Especially if you're a fan of Scott Mitchell, because now he is in the top 2 in the table, having played one more game than James Hurrell. That game will come against Adam Atkinson after this. But Thomas Younghans now, he takes centre stage and is looking to bolster his chance
First leg,
of
it's
making
Tommy to
Saturday
throw
night.
first. Game on.
And he could get to 12 points. That would be bad news for Hurrell, because it would mean he'd have 3 players above him in the middle of round 2. And it would be a must-win game against Atkinson in Game 6 when we get to that.
If I just rewind the clock back about 20 minutes, you said to me, do you feel this is now a 4-horse
57.
race? It will be. If Tommy Lichman does not win this match, he will mathematically be eliminated. So
60.
then we do mathematically have that 4-horse race, which will be Hurrell, Richardson, Mitchell and Jurgens.
This is another one of those fixtures that we saw in Group A.
140.
And this is going to be the decider. It's 2-2 for the week. Younghans won on Monday and yesterday, and Lichman dominated his opponent on Tuesday and Wednesday. So this will decide who wins the red-headed head-to-head
94.
for week 7. Just totting up the amount of legs that they've won in their head-to-head this week. Younghans has got
96.
9. Lichman's got 10. It's pretty close. They're not thinking about this. In fact, Lichman's got every right to feel quite relaxed about his fate.
100.
Even
Tommy
if he doesn't
require 164.
Lose this match, the likelihood is he's not going to make the top 2. But the pressure is 100% on the Swiss player in this contest. Let's see if he's up to it.
56.
Well, you feel the way
Thomas
he played that
require
last game and the
110.
sort of way he was approaching certain shots that he probably felt it was over for him before he even started, Tommy Lichman.
I don't know how many times he's had that 110 checkout this week and he's missed both trebles down south.
54. Tommy require
It's almost like
108.
he's saving it for the most apt time that he needs it. No treble for Tommy.
56.
Meaning 56
Thomas, you require 56.
is there for the picking. Two tens. And he threw that one
46.
fairly
Tommy, you
quickly.
require
He's had a
52.
checkered time of it on double 10 over the course of the week. Double top.
42.
Really rushed that last start,
Thomas, you require
Jorgens,
10.
to try and win the leg the shot before. Some of that would have probably come down to when he was at the
Game
top
shot
end
on
of the
the
board
first
on that
leg.
tops. No
Thomas
problem there
Jorgens.
on the double 5. But the angle that it went in and how low it was just suggests that it was a
Second leg,
completely
it's
late
Thomas to
release.
throw
Just
first.
completely
Game
held
on.
on to the dart for far too long. Tried to place it in the double and then sort of overcompensated with the second one. Just trying to get it out of the hand maybe a bit too quick.
57.
These flights that Thomas has got, he's used various colours this week. He's had purple, blue, green. They are the same flights that Peter Wright
48.
used to win his first world title. And he used the blue set. But can you conceive of any reason why someone would change colours every day?
I think it's just so it looks different and it feels
60.
different. I know that there are many players that do like to tinker with things, not in terms of let's say,
97.
the shapes or the materials, just purely just to look a little bit different on the eye, especially if they've had a bad day. You can certainly change it up, just feels different. It's like putting on a new shirt or a new pair of shoes.
All of a sudden, things are starting to make a lot
140.
more sense to me.
I knew that would.
Now this is why Peter Wright changes his stuff all the time, because he likes to wear different things and he wants his
140.
darts to wear different things. This is starting to make all sorts of sense.
I knew a talk about shoes and shirts and things like that would appeal to yourself.
Well, I'm not as bad as I used to be.
You just told me this morning you spent £170 on a pair of shoes.
They're for a very important trick.
140.
I don't want to get a foot injury.
I'd want a lifetime supply of shoes for £170.
24. Thomas,
Do
you
you not
require
remember the rule of James
104.
Wade? He said, I don't like a pair of dart shoes that are worth less than 200 quid. That used to be his rule. Try to bounce that one over the top.
88.
Doesn't get there, but everything seems to be going his way so far. And it feels like Tommy is running out of resistance. I retract that.
180. Thomas, you require 16.
It might be too late, so the resistance might not actually be that resisting. But then, that is awkward.
I like the through the post shots here with a bit of real force, but he's decided to go from the right-hand side,
No score.
and that was the risk.
Tommy, you require 12.
So that big 180 there at the back end of the leg from Tommy Lichman does give him this opportunity at the double 6. Which for a right-hander is one of the best dart shots on the board.
Game
Not
shot on
bad
the
for a
second
lefty as
leg.
well.
Tommy Lichman.
Equalises. Look on the bright side for young hands at the minute.
Third leg,
He
it's
doesn't
Tommy
need to
to throw
concern
first.
himself with leg
Game on.
difference. He's still got the best leg difference of any player in this group. All he's got to do is keep winning, and if he does, he's going to be through.
100.
You're a Simpsons fan, aren't you?
Yeah, quite a lot. What would they predicted today?
60.
I wonder if they can predict the darts. But I spoke about Thomas on Monday, saying he looked like Hank Scorpio.
100.
He said to me on Tuesday morning, I do not look like Hank Scorpio. Sorry, Thomas, yes, you do. If you haven't seen that episode, it's about a Bond-style
58.
bad villain. And he owns... It was a nuclear power plant, wasn't it? In a very nice,
140.
purpose-built town that Hank has funded. And the backdrop is that he's actually got a thing going with James Bond at the same time. And one of his employees is Homer Simpson. It's a classic episode.
Just the way he's trying to fight
Tommy
everyone off while having a casual
161.
conversation that gets me.
Yeah, if you can just grab a few of those bad guys on the way out, I'd really appreciate it. That's one of the strong lines from that one.
59.
I don't think we've ever had any famous darts episodes when it comes to things like Family Guy or Simpsons or South Park.
134.
We need to change that. We
Tommy,
need to
you
change
require
it.
102.
Barneveld's got a piece of Lego now, hasn't he?
I know Peter Wright has. There's a
50.
collectible if you can get
Thomas, you
one.
require
Peter Wright
150.
Lego figure. I think there's only one. I think Peter's got it. As Youngen's got this. Double 18.
Game
Sweet
shot on the
as
third
a
leg.
nut.
Thomas Young.
Oh, yeah. What a time to get your best finish of the week. You got a 146 on Monday that was really
Thomas to
good.
throw first.
But
Game
considering
on.
the timing and the pressure he's under in this game, that is mountainous. And those shots where you need to get 3 different parts of the board,
91.
no deflections possible. They are the really pure big outs that you crave to hit when you're asked a big question. And he was asked.
97.
He hasn't given a great deal away. He's been poker-faced most of the week, even when he was going through the ringer on Tuesday and Wednesday.
60.
But even then, he showed a little bit of, yes, I did that. Yes, you did. Be proud of it.
100.
Good player as Thomas has been for many years. But maybe this focus on the WDF circuit and now the MODUS Super Series, will it yield something that nobody was predicting early in the week?
140.
I've been looking for the Barneveld Lego. I can find the Dart Player Lego, but I can't find the... I'm sure I'm not imagining this. Guys, if you can help me out, please do tweet in.
140.
At MSS Darts. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. If you do have some Barneveld Lego, that would be some weird dream if I've dreamt this up, wouldn't it? Dreaming of Barneveld Lego.
That's entirely consistent with who you are, Matt. If you're dreaming of Barneveld Lego,
134. Tommy, you require
I'll tell you what,
164.
Tommy's dreaming of a 54 in bull.
138. Thomas, you require
This
76.
game has been permanently camped in a mid to high 80s average range, which is very gettable for both players. Double top.
36.
Fine attempt.
Tommy, you require 26.
The break back. It's double sixes next door neighbour.
13.
You can't find it. What an
Thomas, you
invitation.
require 40.
And the first sign of frustration from Tommy invites Thomas in.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds
fourth
that
leg.
vital
Thomas
3-1 lead. Only
Younghands.
one more leg required to guarantee himself being
Fifth
top
leg,
of the
it's Tommy
table
to throw first.
after
Game
7
on.
rounds of play in Group C. And there's a little bit of being cheesed off
100.
after that miss at double 13 from Tommy. I think the writing on the wall is starting to become very vivid.
It makes you look ahead to match number 8. Thomas Jorgens against Scott Mitchell. That will be the
100.
next game that the two will play, and that has real significance. Because when you take a look at the table,
140.
that will be position 1 taking on position 2. And that will just make Josh Richardson and James Hurrell, who will play each other in that next lap of fixtures, just have a key interest.
100.
It's going to be a sensational day.
91.
We will figure out the two combatants who will join Andy Bolton in the finals by around 6 o'clock. And then tonight, we'll get 3 more from what was a very entertaining Group B last night. Bates.
100. Tommy, you require 170.
Białecki. Belmont. Perfect was the Swiss player.
$150.
Not a bad approach. He was a bit flummoxed by the second dart, but he fixed it pretty well.
And this is again that situation for the player throwing first. That when you do actually get to a 3-1 down, it's not as bad as it originally looks. Just one breaker throw needed. But that needs to be sandwiched with the bread of holds.
Game shot on the 5th
There's
leg.
one slice.
Tommy Lishman.
He's not feeling sourdough.
6th leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
That would have come out so much better if I was Irish.
There's a very bread theme today, isn't there?
Is there?
You've dipped the bread in the gravy.
Oh, yeah, that's a northeast phrase. When
58.
your teammates want you to get a 180, they say, go on, dip your bread.
There's some strange expressions, isn't there, around the UK? I remember when I used to play Super League around Birmingham, they used to say, now you're sucking diesel.
That's got me lost. I've got some other ones, but they can't be broadcast.
Cooking
95.
on gas. That was another
Yep,
one.
that's a good one. Get in amongst it. I wonder what it's like in Humberside if they've got their own sayings. I know that Tommy's had a little bit of activity with Reece Robinson on Twitter this week. I'm sure Tommy was talking up his chances of making the finals and possibly joining Reece Robinson in Champions Week, but those chances are withering by the minute. He's not just got a problem when it comes to points.
140.
His leg difference is currently sitting at -8. And everybody above him is well into the plus column. But things could change if he hits that 124.
121.
That is a disastrous
Tommy, you require 124.
He's gone from pressurising Lishman to letting him off. Fancies it?
84.
No. I was with you. I thought he was going to go for the ball there, especially on what you were saying about some of the funky routes he's been going this week, at moments where it really mattered for him as well.
Yeah, he's no Berry Van Peer. He would have gone for the 14s
99.
on that 124.
Tommy, you require 40.
And Berry being here, another weekly winner.
Game shot on the
All the way
6th
we go
leg.
for the first time
Tommy
today, then.
Lishman.
And like I said, this is their
Seventh
last
final leg.
meeting
It's Tommy
of the
to
week,
throw
prospectively.
first. Game on.
One more leg to find out who wins their head-to-head.
Now, as someone who's
30.
played in this event as well, I can tell you now, James Hurrell, Josh Richardson and Scott Mitchell will be watching this with interest. And what they'll do is they'll be cheering on Lishman here. They'll be wanting him to win this one. Granted, when both players get back, they'll be like, oh, yeah, well played. And it'll be all back to par again. But it does get quite twisted in that practice room at times because everyone's here for their own game.
92.
If Young'uns wins this leg over the week between these two, it will be 13-13. I think they're pretty evenly matched, quite frankly.
91.
Certainly in the head-to-head stakes, there's probably just something about the pace that suits and complements them because when we look in the table, it's complete contrast.
It's a good game.
140.
It's high 80s averages. Lishman getting the most 180s. There's a surprise because he's had more 180s than anybody this week. Who would you rather be right now? Would you rather be Lishman?
40.
Yes, you would. I had to change what I was going to say there because everything changed with the last 2 darts of that Young'uns visit.
That's a huge second dart there
99.
from Lishman. This game means a lot to Young'uns. Came in at the top of the table. We could have some company.
Don't go in the one again.
98.
He didn't.
Tommy required
I think there's a lot of sense
140.
behind that. That single leaves him a more gettable finish. Especially when that 60 was somewhat closed. He's going to have to take it.
Yeah, I did like that play. Never thought of it before, but it's down in the
85.
notepad.
Thomas required 132.
That was a bit of a cliffhanger. 57 needed.
60.
By missing that
Tommy
single
required
20 with his last
55.
effort, has he cost himself a chance of winning this game? This is to win the head-to-head for the week and to cost Young'uns points.
Game,
He has done
shots,
so.
And the match.
Another
Tommy
twist in the
Lishman.
tail, and Young'uns has been caught at the top, and he can't get the 12 in this round. He might a little bit later, but for now, he has to settle for a 4-3 loss against Tommy Lishman. A very warm welcome back. It is Portsmouth. It is the MODUS Super Series, and this is the last game of round 2 on Friday. We've just had a twist in the tail with Tommy Lishman denying Thomas Young'uns an extra 2 points to bolster his position at the top
First
of the table.
leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
He's still there by 1 leg, but he may have some company on 10 points after this because Hurrell will be searching for 2 valuable points
100.
to join an ever-increasing party on double digits. If indeed the England captain does beat Adam Atkinson, that will be 3 players on 10, and Josh Richardson will be in 4th.
134.
Sometimes you can gain encouragement in these sort of situations and these group phases, not from your own darts and your own brilliance, but by the stuff that happens around you. And that last victory in
100.
game number 5 there, Tommy Lichman beating Thomas Jorgens, I think could be one of those sort of matches that really inspired James Hurrell, because he's got an opportunity now to close. Sometimes the worst thing is just to go up and try and put yourself into the same
96.
position you was at the start of that lap of fixtures. He's got a chance to come out of lap 7 in a much more healthy position.
Very much so. That was a great result for Richardson, for Hurrell and Mitchell.
121.
It does feel that everything's going Scott Mitchell's way today. Sometimes I wonder if the odds compilers do have Biff Tannen's Sports Almanac in their back
126.
pocket. Because as unpredictable as it was today, it really does look like Scott Mitchell is running for the tape. But there's only one other spot.
140. Adam, you require 145.
There's every likelihood it could still be Hurrell going with him. It's going to be a really exciting end to this group. Atkinson misses 45. He was hoping for a shot at the double that James has already left.
123. James, you require 40.
Well, much better start to this game for Adam
shot on the
Atkinson than he
first
had in his
leg.
opening
James
match, a
Hurrell.
4-1 defeat to Thomas Jorgens. But it's going the same way at the moment.
Second leg, it's
and
Adam
that
to throw
is
first. Game on.
losing the opening leg. James Hurrell, a 13-darter to kick off proceedings in this game where, well, it's mightily important for James, and Adam Atkinson, who's already out, is
45.
having a bit of a jolly up there.
4 more matches and then he will be on the road back to Hartlepool. Probably
100.
a few hours after we start our Group B action later, which is just as unpredictable as this. In fact, Paul Hogan on 0 points in Group B. He's the only one who's been cut adrift. Everybody else is definitely in the reckoning.
60.
What kind of pressure will Hurrell be feeling? Because you look at someone who has not won a game in this group so far, Adam.
140.
You don't want to be that person who succumbs to him first. For multiple reasons. One, you want to kick the people when they're down. Secondly, everybody else has beaten him.
78.
It's your responsibility to do it as well. For your points total.
I think in this situation, though, I think that sort of side story that sort of develops at certain points of a group.
100.
I think because it's so competitive, I don't think those side stories come in. I think this is just purely about points and qualification right now for the players, and those little mini battles that we have across a season or across a week, I think they sort of, at the moment, get cast aside because there is a big fish to fry here.
Not the biggest of fish, 161, but it's a bit of a whopper.
80.
Just imagine if Hurrell can get the biggest of wins. He beat Atkinson yesterday 4-2. If you were to offer him that right now, he would definitely take it. But he would crave
37.
a larger win
James, you
to
require
get that leg
81.
difference of his closer, if not better, than some of his challengers in the table. He's sitting at +3, which is the least beneficial of the
41.
4. Mitchell has +7. Richardson has +5. Younghans has got +8. So he needs to go to work before everybody seems to bounce off each other
180.
for the rest of the day.
James, you require 40.
Tops again for Hurrell.
Game shot on the second leg.
Delivers again.
James Hurrell.
Just one dart needed on tops as he doubles his lead, breaks the throw, and he's doing his
Third
part
leg, it's James to throw first.
in this lap of
Game on.
fixtures, moving himself halfway to the points.
What he would give to replicate what he's just done.
61.
If he does, he will get the second best average of the week. He's already got the best. Adam at the minute averaging above anything he's done all week.
134.
We're talking about how tight it's getting. This is your live table as it stands. There are 2 more potential legs here that James Hurrell could win.
100.
And if he is to do those and record this to 0, look how close this is going to go between the top 3, because Mitchell and Hurrell will be level on legs 1, legs difference, and points, and only 1 point behind Thomas Jorgens.
134.
But that's looking a little bit unlikely right now, because Adam Atkinson back-to-back 1-3-4s.
Where do you stand on the 233 debate?
57.
19s? 7 19s leaves a 2 darter of 100. 2 single 19s and 25 leaves 170 as a plan C, you could say. I actually like 19s on 283 as well. Because 7 19s leaves 6 19s for double 18. You're concentrating the target into one area.
Yeah, these are numbers I've not really looked at myself, because players play within patterns. And if I'm going to make a switch, I'll always play with the patterns of the 17s or the 18s.
Adam, you require 150.
To try and leave the 4 on the end rather than a 3 or a 2. So yeah, I'm going to have to get the old abacus out to work those ones out.
57.
That's worked out pretty well for James in his hunt for the 4-0 win, which would be ideal. Sticking a 140 here and he might have a chance. In fact,
43.
he doesn't even get to a finish.
Adam, you require 93.
Hurrell was vastly the better player in their game yesterday in 6 legs. His average was a good 10 points better than that of the man from
Game shot on the
Hartlepool, but
third
that
leg.
is a really
Adam
good leg. One of his
Atkinson.
best of the week. A 14 darter, and all of a sudden,
4th leg, it's Adam
Adam's
to throw
averaging
first.
98.
Game on.
I haven't said that this week. We haven't seen any darts missed at double either in the first 3 legs. That's always encouraging to see that. Hang on a minute.
135.
Will the real Adam Atkinson please stand up? He's turned up on Friday afternoon.
Well, this is the Adam Atkinson we saw last year from around this time onwards, moving forward. Maybe he just doesn't like the
100.
winter. Maybe he's a summer lad.
One 140.
One of the things that has changed today, though, I've been keeping a very close eye on his line. He's been hitting a lot of 1 segments going for treble 20s this week.
100.
It does seem to me like he has fixed it a little bit today. He has changed his hockey position a couple of times. He started a little bit further to his left, and as the week has gone on, he's gone a little bit further to his right.
56.
Just a sign of someone trying to find something, isn't it? Knows what he's capable of, knows what he can do. He hasn't shown us that yet, but he's certainly moving in that direction. Average gone over the 100 mark in this match.
But if he finds that thing that he needs for moving forward,
97. Adam, you
would he
require
classify this week as a
170.
positive?
He should do, but we've been around dart players most of our life. He won't.
He's going to go for this.
145.
He looks way more likely than at any point through this week.
You see people win tournaments and go, oh, why didn't I win one sooner?
Glass is half empty,
81.
Kenneth.
Adam, you
People-
require 25.
Well, 25 for another 14 darter. But that doesn't help. 2 4s. Eagerly watching his hillbilly Hurrell.
17. James, you require 123.
This is getting just like the last time Hurrell was here. When he was in Group C, he missed out by a very small margin.
He was doing something I like to call meerkatting. When you're standing at the back of the stage and you just sort of chin up, looking around, looking at the board, looking at the checkout. He knew what he wanted.
98.
I had no idea
As
whether
in
it was in or
require
not. The
8.
flight was covering it. But I was sure he was going to hit it. He didn't. Oof. That almost hit the 26.
Game shot on the
That's a
fourth
lovely
lay.
dart.
Adam Atkinson.
Dicing. He really is Adam Atkinson. It's 2-2, and things have
Fifth leg, it's
changed.
James to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's got it written all over his shirt. Never say die. He's proving that. He's digging in here.
140.
After 2 legs, we were starting to think of the possibility of a 4-0 win for James Hurrell. Now, we're thinking of the possibility he might not actually win the entire match.
Let's say that happens and Adam does get his second win of the week.
60.
He would have 2 players on 10 points, 2 players on 8. And mathematically, Tommy Lishman still hanging on in 5th position.
140.
This is Hurrell's answer, though. This is what experienced players do. Every time Andy Bolton was asked a very stiff question by Sebastian Białecki this week,
60.
he found a bounce back. Andy lost 2 games in Group A, both to Białecki, and Sebastian only lost 3 games all group and still didn't win it. We may never see
100.
somebody have 24 points in second place ever again. I've never seen it before.
Well, most of the time, about 22 points is more than enough. Last week, 20 points was enough for group winner.
125. James, you require 121.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye at the end. And sometimes going bullseye first there, like Younghans did yesterday,
81.
is a prudent play. Now the averages have levelled out.
135. James, you require 40.
He's been brilliant on double top. He hasn't missed it in the game. And he
shot on
still
the fifth
hasn't
leg.
missed it.
James
Just when you
Hurrell.
need your best friend on the dartboard, it comes up trumps. One more leg, and Hurrell will be in the mix again.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
This is getting very tense. And the practice room is silent. We are right next to the practice room where we sit.
64.
And sometimes it's boisterous, sometimes it's fairly relaxed. At the minute, you could hear a pin drop. Because there are so many people in with a shout over the next 3 rounds.
But I think it's also when you look forward to the next
180.
2 fixtures, they are going to be crucial. 4 players at the top of the table here battling out, and they're all going to go head to head. Johannes against Mitchell, that's first versus second as it stands. Richardson Hurrell, third versus
135.
fourth as it stands. It's all going to take shape over the next sort of 45 minutes or so.
99.
The lead is a dart and a half. What he really wants is Atkinson to be trebleless.
44.
And that's exactly what happens. 6 darts from here, possibly 9. To get the first of a few vital wins here on Friday for the England captain.
58.
Trebleless for him, though. But the advantage is just about enough to manage.
97. James, you require
Well, that
164.
worked out pretty well in the end. It wasn't the section he was looking for.
He was backing himself into a bit of a corner by switching with that second down
Adam, you
down to the
require
19s.
161.
Well, let's say Atkinson doesn't get this. If Hurl doesn't go for treble 8, then I will be very surprised.
82.
He's been Mr. Perfect
James, you
on
require
double
64.
top. Surely he's got to leave it again with either 1 or 2 darts. Just the 1.
24.
Needed the second.
Adam, you require 79.
So a chance to take us all the way here for Adam Atkinson. It's been a massively improved performance here from Adam on what we've seen so far this week. He's got 2 darts at double 11. James Hurrell anxiously waits in the background,
68.
and you will like what he is seeing.
Very much so.
James, you require 40.
That was breathless stuff as he watched on to see if Adam could take him further.
Game,
But it's Hurrell who
shots,
wins
and, the match.
and gets to
James.
double digits with some other players in the table. That was a win he needed, and it was a great performance as well as he beats double A by 4 legs to 2.
Hello and welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the MODUS Super Series. We are midway through our action in Group C at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this is what we've seen so far. So it kicked off with a victory for Josh Richardson against Tommy Lishman in the first game of the day. The big mover so far has been Scott Mitchell, winning both of his matches, defeating James Howell 4-2 in the first. Howell, just before we came to, got the bed of Aaron Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. His week of woe continues. So that is what we've seen so far. This is what it does in terms of the league standings, because as you can see, 3 players all tied on 10 points, and Josh Richardson lurking just a little bit behind on 8 points. So it's going to be a tight and congested run to the line, and it kicks off right now with 2 of those players on 10 points going toe-to-toe. Thomas Junghans takes on Scott Mitchell, and in the commentator box for all of your games this afternoon, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Henry, and very, very warm welcome to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom. And again, to everybody else tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, because you've joined us at a very apt time. Scott Mitchell and Thomas Younghans, they are number 1 and number 2 in the table. This man has been superb throughout Group C so far, but he's about to be tested to the limit, because he has Mitchell, he has Richardson, and he's got Hurrell to come in game 14. He must go through all of the top dogs if he's to get to Saturday
First
night.
leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
This is the ultimate Group C gauntlet that Thomas has got now. Scotty Dog has been on a charge, though, this afternoon, hasn't he, Matt?
Yeah, he came in today as what we thought was a questionable favourite to win this group, and the more I'm seeing and the more this unfolds, the more I'm believing. That slip up in the last game for Thomas Younghans has
140.
really opened the door here for Scott Mitchell to use this lap of fixtures and put himself at the top of the table. Real, the start of the day for Scott Mitchell was
100.
probably the hardest draw, really. He started off with James Hurrell, then had Josh Richardson. So in terms of the table, if he is to win this one, the hard work is done.
So he's got the reverse
60.
issue by getting the hard games first. And if he does go through them all, he's got Lishman and Atkinson to set the total. But saying that cagily, he can't really set the total because he's playing the last game of the day.
85.
He's actually going to know what he needs to do against Lishman in game 15. As we start round 3, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to be the top 2?
100.
I think it's going to be Scott Mitchell. From what we've seen from him in the line of performance, certainly if he is to win this game, I don't see any way back for him but to go on to win the group. When you look at the last games, he's got Tommy Lishman and Adam Atkinson, which between them have only beat one other player
60.
in this group. So you'd say that Mitchell would be very, very strong fancy, and anyone who did take that 7-4 would be really feeling good about themselves at the end of this one. And then I'm going to go with the winner of the next match. I'm going to kind of sit on the fence, but not.
139.
So I think it's going to be Josh Richardson or James Hurrell. The winner of that match will be the second player to qualify alongside Scott Mitchell.
You and I are fairly similar people when it
100.
comes to our thought
Thomas
process
requires
in these tables.
62.
I think we are again. I couldn't agree with you more. I went for Mitchell last night, even when he was in 4th position. I'm still going for Mitchell because of his running.
46.
I just get a feeling that he's going to
Scott, you require
time it to perfection like Manchester
156.
City did against Arsenal in the Premier League table.
Like Manchester City did to football, more like the
60.
dominant season. But that's
Thomas
kind of how the
requires
day's been so
16.
far for Scott Mitchell. It's been dominant performances. 2 comfortable wins, 4-2 and 4-1 against players right up at the top end of the table. But he hasn't had to come from behind yet.
He might not
12.
have to.
Scott, you require 96.
We have cast a little bit of doubt over TJ as to whether he can get the job done here this afternoon. But it is a very difficult one against the seasoned competition he's up against.
Game
Oh,
shot on
that's
the
so
first
good.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
He's reached deep into TJ's pocket and found something that he treasured. But he didn't get it.
Second
Because
leg, it's
Scott
Scott
has
to throw
got it.
first. Game on.
Does everything at his own pace. And I do get the feeling if Scott was to make it to Saturday night, people would be very happy to run into Scott. You can be here.
100.
Try dartshop.tv to figure out if you can make it to Portsmouth for Saturday night to be involved in our very unique darting atmosphere. It won't be this quiet prior to the action at 7:30 on Saturday night.
135.
But it will be this quiet during as well, because it is a very respectful atmosphere. And if that's what you're after, get yourself and your smart device hooked up with that QR code. You might even run into a few of us. And a few of those.
180.
I think it's going to be a very strong lineup this Saturday night as we book our 7th player into Champions Week. Then there's not going to be that many more places available. Just a 12-week cycle.
180.
And we'll be crowning another Super Series champion. £20,000 will be on the line in about 5 weeks' time.
100.
Mitchell is not making mistakes today. In fact, ton scores like that seem to be the booby prizes. Averages so far today of 96 and change beating Hurrell, and 85 and change beating
99.
Richardson. But
Scott, you require 121.
he's playing this perfectly because he's just a little bit better than his opponent on each and every occasion. Love that.
74.
He will not love that. But at
Thomas
least he gave
require
himself the
87.
chance.
And it might only be that as well for Thomas Jurgens, a dart at the ball, unless he can find the treble. Oh, he does. Double 18. To break the throw straight back.
Game shot on the second leg. Thomas Younghans.
This is getting good. Mitchell in the background was castigating himself for missing that bullseye by such a margin.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
You've got to give Thomas
Game on.
a whole heap of credit, because you might have a few fans watching and thinking that he can do it. But most people, including us, we think that others will.
100.
If he goes on to make Saturday night after what happened to him in Group A, I'll be the first person to shake his hand. Either way, great players are going to be eliminated today. It's just the nature of the
100.
beast.
This is a very strong Group C lineup, isn't it? And I think that's one thing we've seen with the Super Series as well, since we've seen the inclusion of the ADC qualifiers now.
140.
We've seen a rise in the standard. It's becoming more bunched. We're not seeing people run away with groups like we used to see.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's making it very hard for the
100.
tipsters to figure out who's going to come through these groups. Most legs yesterday were competed in 6 legs. That's so many 4-2 scorelines. This was one of them in yesterday's schedule. In Game 9,
60.
Younghans won it by 4 legs to 2. And on that occasion, he was better than Mitchell. He had more darts at double. He had the higher average. And crucially, he got the 4 hits.
100.
This is old school darts. 3 straight tons for Mitchell. Ton 140-60 for Younghans. He's forced to switch though.
91.
And a good switch it is.
Treble we throw. We'll always give you that opportunity. You can hold your throw in 15 darts. You're forcing your opponent to go out in 12. But what a
177.
fantastic
Thomas
setup
require
shot that is
110.
from Scott Mitchell. It forces the issue now, the 110. Bill has to go. Here's that double treble combination at the bottom of the board you've mentioned. This time he hits it. Leaves himself tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Thomas
urgency
Younghans.
button was pressed.
Think about the quality
Fourth
he
leg, it's
saw
Scott to throw
from Mitchell
first.
in that
Game
leg.
on.
3 tons and a 177 to leave double 12. He doesn't even get a look. Younghans is playing with confidence that he's not had this week. He's built it
100.
from scratch. And that shot, he's had it at least 5 times and he hasn't hit it. But the perseverance that he's shown all week long is pretty much personified by that single shot.
57.
A lot of people in that situation talk about pressure. The 177 for Scott Mitchell caused pressure. In that sense, I thought it caused urgency, and that was the result that we got. Because I don't think at the moment we're seeing any
100.
pressure felt by either of these players. I just think we're seeing two players playing at the top end of their game right now and reacting to each other's brilliance.
Do you remember that famous saying by Billie Jean King? Pressure is a privilege.
100.
Never a truer word spoken. I think these guys are really enjoying this afternoon's play now because they're all playing well.
140.
And this is the kind of Group C battle that we rarely get. Just imagine the confidence levels of Younghans if he takes out Mitchell, the first person to beat him today, and how he will feel going into games
100.
against Richardson and
Scott,
Hall.
you require 161.
He'll feel like he's not going to lose.
Combined average between the two, 202.
99.
Gives you an idea of the standard that you are watching right now, but at the moment, it's looking like it'll be a level game, which, all things considered, would probably be the fair result right now.
60.
It's a
Scott, you
very
require
fair,
62.
good battle. And Mitchell's got time. He's going to look at the 18s again. This time he gets 3.
$54.
Thomas can't do anything from his position at all. Just wonder what's going through the mind of Horrell right now as he takes on Richardson next in the middle match.
60. Scott, you require
Richardson
8.
beat him yesterday. And the way that Horrell beat Atkinson just before we joined our friends at Sporty Stuff TV, I think there's going to be a lot of
Game
reverse
shot on the
fixtures
fourth
today.
leg.
This could be
Scott
one of them.
Mitchell. Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
That's what you've seen.
Game on.
What are you about to see in possibly the next 3 legs? What somebody wants is to win it, getting them both before getting to Lev 7.
140.
Finally in the balance. We've got another one like this coming up next, Richardson and Horrell. The top end of the table, after 8 laps of fixtures, you'd say, is starting to
100.
take shape. However, it could just get even messier going into the last 2 laps.
Give me mess. That's what I want over the next couple of rounds. I'd like it to go to the last round of matches. I want to get that abacus out. It's got dust on it.
100.
And after sharing a house with you on a couple of occasions, I never thought I'd hear you say, give me mess.
Trust me, I don't create all of it.
60.
If there's one man in this group who can clear up a mess, it's Scott Mitchell. He's got all the kit.
$45.
Thomas has won a couple of WDF events this year in Cyprus. He's not the only person in the building who's won a WDF event this year, isn't he, Matt?
Oh, who else has won one? Just look down the... Just looking down the list, I can't quite...
100.
Certain Matthew Edgar.
Oh, yes, so he did. Forgot about that.
Slightly different climates. Cyprus and Iceland.
$60.
Lovely place. Iceland, nice country.
Full of very good dart players and marvellous lip furniture. Vitor Charrua last week made a bit of a headline with his moustache.
100.
Him
Thomas, you
and Dante
require
from
156.
Italy would make a good partnership, wouldn't they?
I wouldn't mind seeing both of those guys here. We could have moustache week.
I do think it's going to be one of those growing nations, to be honest with you. From what I've
80.
seen in Iceland,
Scott,
they are
you require
doing everything
141.
right.
Is Mitchell doing everything right? He is not. Just how crucial is it going to be for Thomas to have the darts?
60.
The odd-numbered
Thomas, you
legs.
requires 76.
You would classify this leg as a chance for Mitchell because he's had 15 darts to complete it. If he gets visit 6, he'll be a very fortunate man. 2 4s.
Game
And Thomas
shot on
is
the
in
fifth
front
leg.
again.
Thomas Younghands.
I do get the feeling, after watching many games
leg, it's
involving
Scott to
Thomas
throw
this week,
first.
that
Game
he is
on.
working so hard for everything he's getting. The mental strength that he must have here on day 5. It really is
100.
extraordinary.
There has been that sort of conversation over the years with various players, isn't there? That some just have natural sort of ability, if you believe in that. Where some people like Glenn Durrant, who's been in the commentary box here many times, saying how hard he had to
45.
work in his game in order just to eke out every little bit of ability he could. Completely sort of manufactured throw and hard work and grit. And, yep, you sort of get that exact sort of feeling at the moment with Thomas
100.
Johanns, that he's sort of having to grind and battle for everything. Nothing's coming easy for him. And certainly not in this one. Scott Mitchell averaging around about the 96 mark. But Thomas will have
54.
the advantage of throw if it goes all the way.
That win in Cyprus, in the Cyprus Classic for Younghans earlier this year, he went through 4 Cypriots to get the title.
140.
Some great names in there, by the way. I'm a big fan of the quintessential names from certain nations. And I'm sure you ran into some great Icelandic names when you won there. What about names like Nicholas Papadopoulos?
98. Scott,
That's a
you
very
require
Cypriot name, isn't it?
161.
Petros Christodoulou. Great names. I remember shots like this. Mitchell goes for it again,
136.
proving Matthew Edgar's point and by going for it when he gets a shot. I remember a Turkish player at Lakeside a few years ago as well. He had a great name. Umut Aygun Sozlu.
Beats what we get here, doesn't it? We get Dave.
100. Scott, you require
Good musician,
25.
yeah. 25 to take us all the way in Game 7. And this is not the NHL. This is not hockey. This is darts. And it's very tense.
Game shot on the sixth
And it's
leg.
leg 7.
Scott Mitchell.
Well, if it was the NHL, this is the bit you describe as they chuck down the pads and start having a
Seventh
scrap.
final leg. It's Thomas to throw first.
Reminds
Game
me
on.
of when Damon Heta was in Czechia recently. He went up there with a national hockey jersey. He chucked off the gloves, the helmet, and decided to have a fake fight with Dylan Slevin. Oh, Thomas.
180.
What a hit. Third 180 of the game. That's his second. He's maintaining a very competitive 92 average, which Mitchell is
60.
struggling to keep with.
Did say earlier on that I feel Scott Mitchell just appreciates good darts, whether it's hit against him or not. I want to change that quote because I don't think he appreciated that too much.
I think the switch is on here. Stop with the 20s.
60.
Go to the 17s there. You don't have to go for block beds. There are other avenues.
This is a vital dart. It's big.
100.
And he finds. couldn't afford to be trebleless again there with Thomas opening with that big 180. It just gave him a freedom shot, really. Right now he's just got a little bit of urgency. But he responds to urgency. He took out a big 110.
140.
After Scott Mitchell hit the 177 to pressurise earlier. And he has a massive lead. It has to be full house here for Scott Mitchell. It won't be. And Thomas Johans gets at least 6 darts. And the look
60.
on Mitchell's face,
Thomas
you just saw it drop.
121.
I think he thinks this one might be about done.
Took out this finish yesterday by hitting the bull first. He might take it out again by hitting the 25 first.
Game, shot.
What a
and the
performance
match.
in that
Thomas
7th leg. You can
Johans.
see what that game's taken out of him. 7 legs, and the best one of the lot was the 7th one. Wonderfully done. 121 checkout to win the game with a 12 darter, and it's Johans from Switzerland who beats the former England captain by 4 legs to 3.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
A warm welcome back, and it is game number 8 coming your way now, an all-England clash between the current England captain James Hurrell and this man Josh Richardson, who is on the hunt for 2 vital points. If he doesn't get them, it will mean that Hurrell will go to the top 2 on points with Thomas Johans, who has just defeated Scott Mitchell for the first time today.
First. Game on.
That 7th game was littered with quality, but nothing more than that 7th leg, which was a 12 darter from the Swiss player. It was stunning.
In that sort of situation as well, when
7.
Scott Mitchell was looking like he was going to overtake him and push himself well and truly into contention for winning the group, Jurgens just sort of swatted him away like
100.
an irritating fly.
That's the 2nd time this week I've seen somebody categorizing a player as irritating.
26.
Earlier in the week, Andy Bolton did an interview with Chris Murphy, and Andy described Sebastian Białowski as an annoying dog. It just wouldn't stop nipping at his heels.
60.
As Andy is sunning himself on the south coast, topping up his tan and doing a little bit of practice, I'm sure possibly watching in this afternoon. He'll be reveling in the fact that he's definitely coming to Saturday night and nobody at the minute is safe.
When you talk about things that are
56.
irritating, Josh Richardson will be very irritated with this. He's thrown 9 darts and left 412. This is with his throw. Just 89
100.
points on the board. It's almost like just giving your throw away. It's like saying, here you are, James. You have the breaker throw, pal.
96.
Yeah, that's a feeling that no dart player would like to stomach.
60.
Never a good sign when you start a contest with 7. But if you're going to have a bad visit, that's probably the right time to have it.
7.
He's done it again. 2 7s and a 26 in this leg. It's not going to hold your throw against a player of the quality of James Hurrell.
Correct.
140.
In a funny sort of way, I know players like James. They will see this weak start and they will be all over it, like vultures on a carcass in Death Valley.
Especially when you look at the context of what this means for the group.
117. James, you require 41.
Single 1 is calling. Double top.
1.
He's got time.
Although I seem to remember a game earlier on this year. Josh Richardson played at the UK Open against a man who's coming up in Group B later on, Sebastian Bieletsky.
100.
When he started really
James,
slow in that game,
40.
I believe he was 4-0 down and ended coming back and winning.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Game shot on the first
And he is
leg.
losing
James
early
Hurrell.
to a break of throw to Hillbilly Hurrell. This is one of 8 4-2 scorelines yesterday.
Second leg, it's James to throw first.
And it was
Game
Richardson who
on.
won against the darts. So a little bit of darting vengeance is needed by the man in orange and white today to keep up his charge for the top 2.
44.
Meanwhile, Mitchell has been halted at 10 points. If Richardson loses and stays at 8, all of a sudden he's in bother.
80.
And it feels like things are turning for him in the wrong way.
Happens so often, though, when you almost feel like you've been given the throw, that you end up giving it straight back.
39.
That's essentially what's happening here with James Hurrell. 44 and 39. When he's had a bit of a freebie breaker throw, is he going to hand it straight back to Josh?
I was sitting here with Henry Deacon
41.
yesterday and I was looking at that dart shirt of Stealth. I like that back logo, by the way. But the one on the front, do you think that looks like Ryland Clark? Henry wasn't so convinced.
98.
That is really good. I love that design. Those planes are rather expensive. They're over $1 billion each.
140.
Pretty apt, isn't it? Doesn't he say, check it out? Supermarket sweep?
Does, yeah.
What James would give for a sweep in this game.
180.
I'll tell you what it would give him. 12 points and +9, exactly what Youngans has got.
100. James, you
I've
require
just got a feeling
140.
right now there's a group chat somewhere which Josh is involved in with his mates where they're just hounding him with pictures of Ryland Clark from now.
I don't think he's laughing right now because he's in a bit of peril in this table.
$116. Joshua require 140.
Lane was perfect. Just dipped at the end. Try and find the 60 from the other corner.
60. James, you require 24.
And usually when you get someone as good at tops as Hurrell is, they're pretty handy on 12s as well. One of
Game
the
shot on the
most
second
compact
leg. James
throwers
Hurrell.
I have ever seen. I put him up there with Humphreys. Luke Humphreys, that is.
Third leg, it's
Where
Josh to
that
throw first.
right
Game
elbow
on.
is so close to the pectoral and rib cage. And it's not a rangy throw like an Owen Bates, for instance, that we will see a little bit later. The compact nature of the arm and the body.
41.
You could fit this throw into a phone box.
You can see the big arc in the wrist that will sort of compensate for
100.
that elbow coming across the body. Because you've got to get that line somewhere. There's certain lines and with that sort of vertical line coming through to the board,
59.
to get that dart on that line and in that line of sight for where he positioned himself on the oche, and you'll see the wrist even turn as it comes round to the back of that drawback and set. You
100.
can even see the flight coming out the side of the hand. It's coming round that far.
You ever try to throw like that?
No, but I feel like I might do in between the sessions.
100.
It's something that dart players like James and Ronnie Baxter and Kyle Anderson, when he was with us, it's something that just naturally happens. Kyle once told me that he watched one of his games back and he
105.
realised that his dart was more side on than usual. And he didn't even notice it. But then he just went with it, and funnily enough, he started playing the best darts of his life.
64.
Throws will naturally evolve as we do as people. You know, our body compositions or strength and different things will change throughout your life. And trying to replicate a throw you had 10, 15,
95.
20 years ago, there will be little changes that naturally will be made. And it's sort of embracing them and making sure, essentially, that they're not coming in from lazy habits as such.
Yeah, well said.
60.
Richardson
Change
is
required.
in a lot
101.
of trouble in this game and in the overall table. Maybe Hurrell is the worst possible opponent for him right now.
61.
I mentioned at the start of the day that there's going to be a game where one of the players in the running will beat one of the other players in the running by a big score line. And we'll be talking about that as a
125.
moment
James
of
required
importance.
40.
Are we now witnessing that?
I think we might be on top of that lovely 1-2-5 with two bulls that we've just seen.
Game shot on the third leg.
It means
James
nothing
Hurrell.
because Hurrell is on the hill at 3-0. It's got a bit of a ring to it.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
2 breaks of throw, and Richardson is staring down the chasm of being in the bottom 3, maybe permanently.
And this is frustrating when you've played sort of well throughout a
58.
group and you get to this game and you want that level of performance and it just lets you down as much as it's let Josh down in this game. And you feel like you was never really in it. You was never really competitive.
130.
But we will go back to the UK Open just this year when it looked like Sebastian Bielecki was going to blow him away 4-0 up. Josh Richardson
60.
reeled it all off and won the match.
That game was just weird. I remember covering it thinking that Bielecki was just cruising.
134.
And maybe the inspiration of having his parents just behind him in the audience. He went a little bit bananas and got the win.
James was still in the tournament.
He was almost late for his next match.
140.
Doesn't
59.
give a great deal away when he's on the hockey, but if he's frustrated, you will be able to tell. 6 darts from here, possibly 5. We'll get it done.
140.
Say he doesn't give much away, but the second he looked up there, you could see him sink at the back of the stage when he saw the 2 trebles in the board.
I
78.
think James dropped a couple of darts there, and he was devastated. That
James
might have
required 103.
put Josh off.
There was a pause from Josh after that first start. He was aware. I don't think it was intentional by any
Oh, not
means.
at all. No, he's not that way. He's still got to be a little bit ruthless,
83.
borderline
Josh
merciless.
required
That would have been that
100.
shot.
Almost a pun there with Josh's dad being ruthless James Richardson.
Pun fully intended.
60. James
We have
required
not
20.
had a 4-0 win today, but we are on the cusp of one. That's huge
Game,
for Hurrell.
shot, and
He
the
wins
match,
by 4
James
legs to
Hurrell.
0. And he's top of the table equally with Thomas Younghans now, courtesy of that 85-89 average and 4 hits from 11. It's good enough to beat Josh Richardson by 4 legs to 0.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a 4-0 victory for James Hurrell against Josh Richardson in the previous game, and he is now on 12 points in the table, just like Thomas Younghans. But for just one game only, we are now going to divert our attention to the bottom of the table, with Tommy Lishman now taking on Adam Atkinson for the final time this week. I'm the asset, Paul Nicholson. This is Prime Time Matthew Edgar. That is Charlie Corstefine, and this is Game 9, the end of Round 3, Matt.
This is 2 players that are already eliminated in regards to this group, so it just gives us a moment to catch our breath from what we've just seen in that last one, where James Hurrell has really put himself into the mix.
58.
This is a group that is likely to come down to a legs decision, and a big 4-0 victory there over one of his rivals.
44.
It's an 8-leg swing. You add 4, and then you take away 4 from your opponent. Josh Richardson is now in trouble in regard to the qualification.
Just a bit. He left the stage very displeased, and that you can completely
45.
understand. But as far as this head-to-head is concerned, it is Lishman who has owned Atkinson this week, beating him
81.
4 consecutive times by 3 different results. Can he get the clean sweep? Or will Atkinson finally get his first win in this group, and his first win since Tuesday?
85.
I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, and that is surprising to me because 12 months ago he was a man that was on the up.
100.
When you look at that ADC system, he was picking up titles left, right and centre at the very, very top end of the ADC. Not quite following it up at the moment, but we did see
121.
moments of that player in the last game. He averaged 92.64 in defeat to James Hurrell in match number 6.
134.
Performance of the week. Can he add to that?
Just to put it into perspective, and I hate to be the bearer of the news of statistics that don't read well.
97. Tommy, you require
Adam has lost his last
142.
13 games. He would love to break that streak in this one here. He doesn't
40.
care whether it's against
Adam, you
someone who is
require
still
95.
possibly going to get through or not. He just wants to win a match.
Well, that's sort of approaching record territory, isn't it? 13.
We'll get that checked.
25. Tommy, you require 102. 48. Adam, you require
So
70.
to kick this one off in perfect style. You will get a dart of tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Squeezes it
Atkinson.
right into the corner. Ronaldo would have been very happy with that.
That was a bit of a good shank.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Give me the 9-iron, says the player to the caddy. You shank it, it hits the tree, and it still goes on the green.
25.
That was nowhere near the target that Adam was going for, but he doesn't care. It was still in. You do get the feeling that Lishman, now eliminated, has almost lost his focus a little bit. That, I have to say, in the last 3 days has been really good.
177.
I would love to see him back here. I think he's got something. I will be looking for his progress on
43.
social media and on the internet over the next few months to see what he does. And he's part of that Humberside side that has got themselves to the top division in county darts recently. So congratulations to all of them.
100.
And Dorset have done that too.
I have to agree with that first point you made there, that he just
140.
feels like the intensity's gone from Tommy Lishman right now. I feel he had to start strong. It had to be a perfect day, really, and this, when it's gone wrong at the start, he's sort of not been able to refine that focus.
57.
It has been a long week. These weeks are long. It's a lot of darts thrown in a short amount of time. He's just took on the crash course of darts.
60. Adam, you require 167.
The one victory that Adam has had this week was 4-0.
$83.
Get that one quickly. Notice how he took that one out the board first. I know it's only 3 points, but it gets you a little bit closer to the line. Good counting there.
99.
Love to see
Adam, you
that.
require 84.
And it's also the breakdown of the number. 84 breaks down a lot better for being able to leave the sort of doubles you want than the 87 would.
Now, what's he going to do here? Is he going to go for the 14? Bullseye.
50.
Well, he's left himself
Tommy,
on
you
exactly
require
100 less than Lishman.
134.
What route do you want, Tommy? He's starting to do it.
114.
I wonder what he's going to concoct
Adam, you require
the rest of this game
34.
and for the rest of the afternoon. He's got that wicked smile about him when he thinks, I can do this a little bit different than you think. And that hasn't worked out well.
No score.
Neither is that.
Tommy, you require 20.
So in a leg he was in full control of. He might end up losing. It's double 10 for Tommy Lishman.
Game shot on the second leg.
Great dart, because I
Tommy
was just
Lishman.
starting to get to the point where I was going to pose the question. Obviously, I've not seen the whole week like you have. But
Third leg, it's
one thing
Adam
I'm
to
noticing
throw first.
today is that I've not been impressed with him working around darts. And I thought, is this going to be another one where he works away from it? But then actually he probably found the dart of the day that he's thrown so far to get around that obstacle and hit the double 10.
26.
Yeah, we've just seen as well the Pooley getting 2 treble ones, and if that starts to creep into his game, I
26.
hasten to say that maybe he will not get another win. I've been playing a little bit with certain phrases this week, and when Tommy Lishman got the Soul 170 checkout this week, I called him Tommy Big Fish Man.
96.
He didn't like it. He let me know on social media. But if I'm going to categorise that last start double 10, which would have hurt Atkinson,
100.
as a phrase in the northeast of England, we could call him Tommy right in the gish man, which means right in your face. I promise it's the last time, Tommy. I promise.
87.
It's nice to see the players engaging in social media chat with us, because what they're trying to do here this week is to give themselves a bit of a vaulting platform through the ADC system to here. And ultimately, this could well be an audition for the rest of the day to see whether he gets another invite, or it could be just giving himself the extra motivation to go back to Humberside to try and revisit here later in the season.
26.
Some people come here through the ADC system and they get
137.
They find out that maybe they're going to have to stick to their guns and over the next 2 or 3 years find another level. But then there are other players who belong here.
$98. Tommy, you require 152.
Okay, so 114.
56.
There was a part of me that thought the bull was the right idea there, to get yourself under 90. Adam's remaining fixtures will form part of the run-in for Group
41.
C. He's got Mitchell
Tommy,
in
you
game
require
11.
96.
And he's got Richardson in game 13. And he will be the first person to complete his quota of 10 games in this group.
60.
He may even be on the road before Group
Adam,
C
you
is even
require
done.
127.
This 127 could get him back on track in terms of trying to win this match. They're making a bit of a mess of the last leg.
102.
And he is
Tommy required 36.
actually on course for a very unwanted record.
Game shot on the third
We
leg.
have
Tommy
seen
Lishman.
people who have played the whole week lose 23 matches before. That's happened twice
Fourth leg,
before.
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Adam Atkinson has the possibility of losing 24 matches, which would set a new Super Series
60.
record.
It has been one of those weeks for unwanted records. He does not want to have that next to his name.
Well, we look ahead to his fixtures. He's got Scott Mitchell, who's right in the mix at the top end of the table
42.
and playing some very good darts today. Even though he lost his last match, he still averaged 94 in that one. Kicked the day off with a 96 average, so
81.
he's not going to get much out of that one with the performance currently around about the 70 average. And then he'll have one more opportunity in his last fixture against Josh Richardson, or he's going to get a record in the old wooden
41.
spoon.
If you were going to spend some time with Adam, is there anything that you would want to simplify with his action? Because I have an idea. Look at what he does with his next throw.
180.
Up to the set position, so it's dick, back through. So I always go on either numbers or that Morse code style noise making. So it's 1, 2 dab,
59.
back and through. I'd try and limit those dabs. Just try and keep it one every time instead of... Because he does change it. It's either
60.
1, 2, or just the 1. Sometimes it's 3. You got to make sure it's the same every time. 1, 2, back, through. I would try and simplify that to a 1. Just to try and take one of the components out of the throw. To make it a bit smoother.
123. Tommy, you require 120.
Yeah, there is an awful lot going on in the Adam Atkinson action. Tops for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that record
Tommy
is
Lishman.
well and truly on at the moment for Adam Atkinson, who, when we go back to the throw, when we look
Fifth
at
leg,
it
it's
sort of
Adam to
from
throw
the
first.
side,
Game on.
we can see here there is an awfully big lean where that shoulder is coming right away from the body, which will suck the front hip back into the body. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to change the angle of the shoulder. So instead of the shoulder being
89.
upright, we're going to get that collar clavicle bone come over the top and force the shoulder joint low. So going to get fancy. The musculoskeletal system, bones and muscles.
140.
Primary function, movement. He's not going to get that sort of movement. The bones and muscles are working in conflict, which will cause stress in the shoulder, which will cause the arm to come through slower or with tension, which means lift.
55.
You're actually working against gravity, aren't you?
It just forces like lift, which means then we're sort of going to get, rather
100.
than a rainbow effect to the board, we're going to get an arc, a loop, which means that's why sometimes we'll see the darts coming down quite aggressively up, but also where they kick like that, where the flight kicks to the right-hand side and the point goes left.
So what you're saying is that maybe it's the body alignment that needs a
31.
bit of work. Getting that right shoulder more in line with the right hip would create a little bit more comfort and make the throw a little bit less strenuous.
I've never spoke to Adam,
55.
but I wouldn't be surprised if either he said it to family and friends or if he just feels it, that he just gets a little bit of pain or uncomfort in the lower back, especially on the left-hand side.
140.
No dabs there. That was just straight back and through. Every now and again, you're going to meet a player that
96.
is quite organic in their nature and they just want to do what they feel. That's fine, but most players, most great players, every dart they throw is the same. That's what you ideally want because that's what you can count on.
58.
This
Tommy
is for
require
4-1.
110.
And to end round 3 and to end their head-to-head record for the week, winning it 5-0.
54. Adam, you require 128.
To keep his hopes alive. Because that's the story now for Adam Atkinson. He obviously can't qualify, but he does not want to take that record.
67.
23
Tommy, you
of
require
25 matches have
56.
been lost twice before.
Double top.
Game.
And Lishman
shots,
does
and
get a win.
match. Tommy Lishman.
5-0 for the week. He didn't really enjoy it, but he has got to do a job. And he did get the job done with a mirror average of 80.80. And his doubles were pretty decent as well at 44%. When we come back, we will start round 4, and it will be Younghans and Richardson in game 10.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. It's time to start round 4. And now it's time for Josh Richardson to get cracking. He's got 2 games left. And if he doesn't win them both, he hasn't got a chance. Now, the likelihood is, via that table, either Scott Mitchell, Hurrell or Younghans will go to Saturday because they're in a much better position
Game
than
on.
that of Josh, who has not had his best day so far. Only 1 win from 3. And it's a change of flights. He's actually starting to
100.
use flights with biscuits on them. Who'd have thunk it?
Are they James Wilson flights.
They must be. A little bit of short biscuit with a bit of
60.
love entangled jam in there. Lovely. It's about that time on a Friday afternoon. Anybody got any tea?
91.
They don't look new, though. Look like they've been at the bottom of a hamster cage.
I think when Josh Richardson looks back across his day, that last game, game number 8, when he played
60.
James Hurrell, that's the one. That's the one where it got away. A 4-0 defeat, not getting a single dart at the double. It was a well under par performance.
100.
And it's the damage that was done in the legs column, because yes, he can make it to 12 points. But the likelihood is, even if he was to get there, the legs are not going to be in his favour.
60.
We saw what Younghans did to Scott Mitchell in Game 7. Game of the day, you'd have to say. His reaction at the
85.
end was one of, I'm just glad I got over the line with that wonderful 12 darter in leg 7. Is there a danger here in Game 5? Oh, sorry, Day 5? Because you've played
134.
every day in a week.
Joshua required 125.
That he could hit the wall here in round 4 or 5 at the worst time.
I think sometimes as well, what people do is they play themselves into a position of contention. He probably felt after winning
41.
that one, he's in the mix. He's got the chance. Even if he was to lose, maybe results could go away that could still put him in. And I think sometimes once you get to that sort of, I'm in the mixer now, the maybe I get a bit of a safety net.
129. Joshua
when it gets
required
hard.
84.
There's no safety net here. Double 11.
Game shot on
That's
the first
wonderful.
leg. Josh Richardson.
Playing with a bit of freedom now, is he? Is he thinking that he's already
Second
gone?
leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Younghans and Hurrell will play each other in Game 14, so one of those players is going to get to 14 points.
100.
Essentially, what Josh needs is whoever loses that game to lose in this round. And by that
100.
token, the best thing that could happen for Josh is a big win against Thomas, and then for Hurrell to beat Younghans in Game 14.
96.
Mitchell has Lishman last, and he has Atkinson next. He needs favours, and lots of them.
100.
When you look at this game, though, that Josh Richardson's got the opportunity to do to Thomas what happened to him from James Hurrell, where you can get that big
41.
victory and really affect the legs difference and maybe put himself into the mix very slightly. He has
64.
changed the flights to these biscuit flights, which in America, they'd call it either a cookie or a cracker. And he'll be looking for a cracking result in this one.
It's a biscuit. They aren't cookies.
100.
They are biscuits. And I know what you mean. Canadians and Americans love those chunky scone-like things with their breakfast, don't they? And they call them biscuits. Tell you what's giving me anxiety. It's looking at the frayed edges of those flights.
59. Thomas required
For me, it's the fact that
164.
they're not square.
Yeah, it's driving me crazy.
In the break between the legs, Paul Nicholson's going to be running on stage and squaring up the flights of Josh Richardson.
I'm going to be getting an iron out in a minute.
96.
It will be something of a Houdini act if he was to come through this group now.
56.
But at least
Thomas
this game is in his
requires
hands
68.
to start things off. Single 16 leaves a shot at tops for the equaliser.
48. Josh, you require 122.
Took out 84 on double 11 to take the first leg. He needs 100 more than double 11 to double the lead. Bullseye for JR.
Game shot on the second
It's not a
leg.
question of who shot
Josh
JR.
Richardson.
It's what shot JR got.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
After being beaten 4-0 in his last game with a very under par performance, not even getting a dart at the double, this is some reaction. And this shows that resilience that you need, because you're not always going to play your best. Certainly in a format like this, where you're going to be playing 10 matches across a couple of days,
57.
you need to be able to just ride those shots and come out and keep going. The old Rocky Balboa phrase.
You just wonder if he's had a mid-afternoon nap mentally. Because this is not the same player from the previous
100.
game. Whoever has whipped him into shape in the last 20 minutes, good job. He's starting to get a bit of a bingo card of 120 plus
100.
finishes as well. He's had a 1-2-4, a 1-2-7, now a 1-2-2. He's got a much better
96.
rhythm about his play in this game as well. There's less stopping involved when he's bringing that dart back towards his jawline. Everything is still moving at a metronomic pace. Oh, look, he's got
83.
something 120
Josh require
and more.
125.
Do you want to add another number to your bingo card? Okay. I think he's been hanging out with Tommy Lishman.
67.
Said about naughty darts, that would have been proper naughty. We see that sometimes when they hit the ball first, then go to 25 on the ball, but he just must have really fancied the lie. And the way his darts sit as well, it was sort of inviting, and a temptation took over.
85.
In a funny sort of way,
Joshua
getting the
required
25
58.
invited him to hit a single to leave this number, which is another single to double.
18.
And there's nothing Thomas can do. He's not playing at the same level that he did against Mitchell. In fact, his average was a good 10 points better in that previous game. And is this a little bit too late?
168. Joshua required 40.
Well, it's not too little. A massive shot there from Thomas Jurgens.
Game shot
But
on
it
the
is too
third
late.
leg. Josh Richardson.
This is not good for Thomas's leg difference. Just remember
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw
that
first.
Thomas, prior to this round of matches beginning, was sitting on 12 points with James Hurrell on the same leg difference of +9. Hurrell will be absolutely rubbing his hands together with glee at the minute,
140.
as will Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell does come up in our next game against the man bottom of the table, Adam Atkinson, who's yet to record a victory
140.
in his 8 fixtures he has played. He is on a very unwanted record. And you feel Scott Mitchell is going to be jumping all over that opportunity.
26.
He's not putting a foot wrong.
140.
He's playing so well in this game that he's thinking to himself, why didn't I do this against the England captain? Because had he done that, he'd be shooting now to get to the top of the table himself.
140.
Well, some players do find the best from themselves when they're on the edge. And Josh is on the edge.
60.
He either wins the last 2 matches or he's going home on Friday early evening for a weekend off, and he can do whatever he chooses. But you don't want to go home. You want to be here on Saturday night with a chance of that £5,000 check going your
40.
way.
Joshua required 161.
And in every likelihood, he's got 6 starts from 161 for a second 4-0 win of the day in our table.
130.
That was just a bit ragged, but it's
required
probably
155.
the only bad dart he's thrown in this entire game.
We can give him one, can't we? We can let him have one sloppy one. He did treat us to a bullseye finish earlier on, the 1-2-2. He has set himself up perfectly after just 12 darts here. 2 darts
Joshua
away.
required
From a
48.
huge victory that keeps himself in the mix.
You mentioned biscuits.
Game.
He's still in the
shots,
mix.
And the match.
4-0 Richardson. Who saw that coming? The averages are almost identical. But that is absolutely disastrous for Thomas Younghans's points total and his leg difference. Now he might have to chase in the final round. So that one finishes 4-0 to Josh.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. And who saw Game 10 coming? Because we didn't. It has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. And now Scott Mitchell will be licking his lips because Younghans failing in round 4 here on Friday means that Mitchell could join the party on 12 points. And with a better leg difference, he could go into a qualifying spot provisionally if he mounts more misery on the 28-year-old from Teesside. You're
First
still with
leg,
me,
it's
Matt.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just what has that victory for Josh Richardson done to this table?
Let's give him opportunity. Going into that, I think we was both under the impression that that 4-0 defeat to James Hurrell was damaging enough to put him outside of the running. However,
81.
4-0 victory himself against someone above him in the table has just give him that outside opportunity still. Especially if Adam Atkinson can find a very, very rare win, which, it's got to be said, isn't likely according to the odds
83.
compilers, who are only offering odds on Scott Mitchell at 1 to 10 to win this match. That is just a £1 return per £10 staked.
100.
I'm surprised it's at that price. We don't want to see players lose this many matches in a row. We don't want to see someone just getting one win for the week. We can sit here as commentators and as
61.
current and former players. We can be sympathetic. When we're on the hockey, though, it's very different. You don't care. You are merciless. You don't care about somebody else's plight. You care about your own plight. And right now, Mitchell
100.
has got to be Mr. Merciless. He's got to be Ming. The famous baddie of Flash Gordon. Based on what we've
32.
seen, though, you've got to say that Adam is sprinting uphill without shoes. Mitchell will just plod his way through this game.
100.
And unless he's pegged back in the same way that Younghans did against him in Game 7, you can't see anything but a win for Mitchell. And the start of this game proves that.
Yeah, I've got to go along with that. I fancy
55.
a solid win
Scott,
here
you
for Mitchell
require
on the evidence of what we've seen
120.
so far. And the evidence of the performance of Scott Mitchell. Yes, he has been beaten today, but he did throw a 94 average in that defeat. It was just down to the big moments that came from Thomas
100.
Johannes. Mitchell misses a dart at tops to get the opening leg, but he is so far ahead, 250 points. He will be returning back for the double 10.
Regardless of what Mitchell does in this game, we now know that if James Hurrell wins Game 12,
140. Scott, you require
he will
20.
lead this table going into the final round on points alone.
Game shot on the
Mitchell
first leg.
gets first
Scott
blood.
Mitchell.
And he has the darts in this contest, making him an even bigger favourite.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
We said things are getting tight. Could it get any tighter? 3 players as things stand on 12 points. That is including the points if Scott Mitchell was to carry on with this lead
77.
and go on to win. And you see how the legs difference is really going to come into play in this group. Just off your screen there in 4th place, Josh Richardson on 10 points. Plus 5 legs.
60.
Richardson finishes against Atkinson in Game 13. At the conclusion of that game, he can do no more. But he knows that Younghans and Hurrell play each other in Game 14 and they could do damage to each other. He still needs favours, Richardson, but he can still get there.
60.
Reminder for you, there are 2 qualifying positions available in this group, unlike Group A, which you saw on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Andy Bolton winning that group. First
100.
and second will both qualify, and then we will finish our lineup tonight, Group B, where 3 places will be awarded, and then we'll know our full lineup for Saturday.
Just to let you know, ahead of time, we will start at 10 o'clock tonight, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
45.
But Stefan Belmont of Switzerland is leading the pack tonight by 4 points. An undefeated 4 wins last night has him on 8 points. Owen Bates, Sebastian Białecki, Alexander Mertz, all on 4 points. And Paul Hogan yet to score.
140.
3 places from arguably 4 players. It could be as exciting as this one.
I have seen players, though, go through the card, all defeats, and then still qualify from a Group B.
27.
Now, I'm never going to write off Crocodile Dundee. But he's gonna have to play a better timed game tonight. Too many people were getting too many shots at double against him last night.
97.
Mitchell doing what Mitchell does. Getting down to a finish after 12. Seems like he does it every single time. I just wonder how many of his England shirts he's got.
83. Scott, you require
Knowing
104.
him, he's probably got them all.
And he could probably tell you the story behind every single one of them.
Oh, yeah.
$48.
He's not being put under pressure.
I expected in this game as well the pressure would only come from Scott. I didn't see too much resistance from Adam on what we've seen so far this week.
85.
And he kind
Scott,
of
you
is a man
require
that sort of
56.
looks resigned to the fate.
Big win. And he can go top provisionally.
Game shot on the
It's halfway
second
there.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
4-0 would get him to 12 points and plus 10. 1 leg ahead of Hurrell.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
But with
Game
Hillbilly
on.
Hurrell having that game in hand against Tommy next. It's going to be a long drive back to Hartlepool.
100.
We've all done that drive where we've had either a disastrous week, disastrous weekend, or a disastrous tournament. But Adam is a lovely kid. Got a lovely nature.
70.
Passionate about the game. Passionate about where he's from. And I know that he will be philosophical about what's happened this week. But if there's one bit of advice I could give him, it's look at Thomas Younghans this week. He was down. He was out. He was toast
100.
after Tuesday and Wednesday. Look how he was able to figure it out and put himself back in the mix. Just because it hasn't been your week here doesn't mean next time won't be.
140.
We all get in that short-term form and just read the short term. It's always the big picture. It's always the season that should matter, because the season's not defined by a Group C or a week or a little short burst of form or a tournament. It should be the overall picture, because when you start looking through a microscope at form, you might get an
140.
over-expectation. You might think it's a lot worse than it is. Depends which bit you decide to stick the microscope on. So, absolutely, there's plenty more things still to come for Adam Atkinson this year.
105.
2 data left.
Adam, you require 151.
Adam improved in the scoring stakes here in leg 3. Mitchell has been doing the right things predominantly
55.
over the last couple of days.
Scott,
leaving
you
the 2
require
darters instead of the
96.
3 darters. Clicking shots like this. Decides not to go for the double 18 and double top shot.
56.
He's saying to Adam,
Adam, you require 96.
if I can't take 96 the conventional way, you miss, I hit. That brings me on to Stefan Belmont, which I'll speak about in a second. Because Mitchell is on the cusp of 3-0.
56. Scott, you require
Had good
40.
success in this area of the board throughout the day.
Game
And
shot on
more
the
success
survey.
on tops for Scott Mitchell puts him just one leg away, but also at the right time, a very
leg, it's Adam to
sizable
throw
leg
first.
difference.
You said it, Matt. Just want to touch on Stefan Belmont for a second, because I mentioned that he's got 8 points in Group B later. That statement, you miss,
39.
I will hit. That's what used to go through my mind. If somebody missed something against me, I said, I will hit. It's a positive statement. But think about the amount of darts that the opponents of Belmont had against him last night. Paul Hogan, 11.
100.
Didn't win the match. Owen Bates, 13. Didn't hit a double. Sebastian Białowski, 13. Didn't win the match. Alexander Merckx had 10.
100.
Didn't win the match. We'll talk more about that later. But essentially, Stefan, standing back, said, you miss, I will hit. And he did.
100.
We often use the word professional job in this situation, and that's exactly what this is from Scott Mitchell. An average of around about 90, but the big telling factor,
45.
11 scores of a ton or more. He's only had the one shot of a 140 or more, but the 11 tons just constantly landing blows. And when your opponent, Adam, is throwing just a 73 average, those tons are just going to keep you in control
81.
and always give you a little bit of a buffer on the scoreboard.
You a fan of Blackadder, Matt?
I've seen episodes.
Stephen Fry once categorized the word job as a positively disgusting word. And I don't think Scott Mitchell sees
83.
it that way. We're talking about a man who gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning to look after animals and fields and all sorts of other things as well. He doesn't mind doing the job.
Well, if we're going to reference a Blackadder thing and relate it to the players, I'd say Adam Atkinson right now will probably be feeling like a man who's
100.
having the wind rush through his hair.
I wouldn't categorise Scott Mitchell as captain slack bladder, that's for sure. He is the general of this game, though.
98.
And we're looking for our
Scott, you require
fourth,
120.
and sorry, our third 4-0 victory in 4 games. In direct contradiction to what we saw yesterday. Lots of 4-2s and 4-3s. And if he's had a
60.
cunning plan
Adam, you require 136.
to get this done as fast as possible, plan A has worked pretty well.
Well, he's had loads of success on tops so far today, Scott Mitchell. It looks like he's going to be on that
60.
target again, but this time
Scott,
for
you
a
require
crucial
60.
2 points that'll pull him away at the top of the table.
Double top. It's
Game,
Mitchell,
shot, man the match.
magnificence.
Scott Mitchell.
Firmly in the race going into the final round. He wins 4-0 just like Josh Richardson in the previous game. So now we go over to James Hurrell. Can you do the same, James? Let's find out after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Mitchell strengthened his case towards qualification, getting the better of Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 0. This is what it does then in terms of the league standings. As you can see, Mitchell puts himself onto 12 points with that victory, level with Howell and Younghans. Howell about to play in our next match coming up against Tommy Lishman. So let's get straight into the action and welcome in our commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. And now it's Tommy Lishman's turn to try and spoil somebody else's party. Because earlier in the day, Lishman beat Younghans by 4 legs to 3 in Game 5. If he does the same to Hurrell here, that will be music to the ears of everybody else chasing the top 2. If Hurrell does win, it remains in his hands. And he plays Younghans
James to throw first.
in Game 14
Game on.
to finish the job. He wins this game and the next, it's simple. He's through. But for some reason, based on what we've seen today, I don't think it's going to be that simple.
5.
Last year we had a player here who did very well. He moved on, played in the Grand Slam, the World Championships, now has a PDC Tour card, Scott Williams.
60.
And when it got to this sort of time of the day, he never really was that focused on the practice darts. In fact, he'd throw all 3 at the
59.
same time just so he could get on with the game. Tommy Lishman, I had that feeling about him for those whole 6 darts. He couldn't get them out his hand quick enough.
60.
That's weird, Matt, because I did liken him to Scott Williams earlier in the week. In fact, there are a few similarities with
99.
Scott Williams on the stage. A little bit of yellow in the flight department of Hillbilly. Bit of red hair. Bit of flamboyance from the flame.
46.
But luckily, none of those absolutely horrific shoes that Scott Williams decided to put on.
I thought you were going to say socks.
125.
You got any Matthew Edgar socks?
Yes, and pants.
There you go.
96.
There's an answer to a question that I really didn't expect.
I think I've got a pair of them on now, actually.
Some things are best left to the imagination.
85.
And it's amazing what some players have done with their own merchandising. I know that our good friend Jamie Caven, who has played in the Super Series before,
140.
has got his own birth control.
James, you require 128.
No shot at bull. The Hillbilly.
92.
What would be
Tommy,
his
you
best
require
piece
99.
of merchandise, I wonder? Look to the top.
59.
Hasn't been able to find something just to rejuvenate himself
James,
today.
you require 36. Game shot on the first
Job one
leg.
done.
James Horrell.
James Horrell is on the move to try and
Second leg, it's
confirm
Tommy
his
to throw
place
first.
in
Game on.
Saturday night. He's got a good strike rate of doing so. Maybe adding to it very soon.
Yeah, it's not a perfect strike rate because he didn't make it the last time he was
140.
here, but the 2 previous times he was there. Still we're looking for that first weekly title.
But I'm down that thought pattern of an item that represents a player. When you think of The Undertaker, you think, oh, well, I want a signed urn from The Undertaker. You don't just
81.
want like a signed picture or a signed card. You want the item signed.
A good friend of mine recently actually got his WWE belt signed by Edge.
180.
Well, there's a bit of edge here. James Horrell, back-to-back 180s.
59. James, you require 141.
Only Conor Heenahan has been able to do this in this venue.
Still only Conor Heenahan. Yesterday he was hunting the record average. Today he was hunting a 9-darter.
117.
I'll take that. We haven't had a 10 this week. We've had a stack of 11-darters.
100.
Tommy
James,
knows
you
that
require 24.
He's swimming in shark-infested waters.
Game
That
shot
is
on
a
the second
wonderful leg of darts.
James Horrell.
And it's not the first time today that he's been averaging 103.66 after 2 legs.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I get the feeling that Tommy almost wanted that 9-darter to go.
Oh, he will have. Everybody wants a 9-darter, whether it's you hitting it or your opponent, depending on the circumstances,
60.
of course. If it's to win a world championship or a set in a very big match, maybe you don't, but you want to see perfect legs. Have you had any hit
100.
against you? Or have you hit any against anyone?
Do you know, I don't think I've ever been 9'd.
140.
Kim Hybrecht's Championship League darts in Essex. That game had everything.
140.
I had a 170 checkout. He had a 9-darter. He was 4-0 up. I was 5-4 up. He won 6-5. It was the ultimate roller coaster match.
Is that where you used to get like £50 a leg?
140.
Yep, down at Crondon Park Golf Club a few years ago. In fact, it was 12 years ago when that match was taking place.
140. James
James
required 161.
is playing at a very high level, and not for the first time this week. He is perfect on the outer ring as well.
137.
This is prime
Tommy
James Hurrell.
required 121.
Lishman needs the ball.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's
on
a
the
beauty.
third leg. Tommy Lishman.
Littered with brilliance this game. And Hurrell is not going to get a bagel.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy.
I don't think you're going to get a fist pump, Tommy. Stop waiting.
Yeah, I love the way he just stood there, like, trying to engage
100.
with him, wasn't he? He kept looking over to James Hurrell, but Hurrell doesn't want to know.
Bit like a wannabe footballer who wants to play for England. Walks up to Harry Kane and said, "Hey, Harry, that's a good goal, isn't it?" And Harry just says, "I didn't even see it."
84.
I wonder if Tommy's got ambitions of playing for his country alongside James in the next couple of years.
57.
That's probably a good ambition for him.
Certainly if he is playing his county darts, that's... Well, it's more of the old school way. There's different ways now, isn't there, to play for your country? Back in the day, it
100.
used to be Super League, county, nationals.
Somebody's switched Tommy Lishman on.
180.
And this is not good news for Hillbilly. His leg difference is good at +9. At 2-0, it looked rosier.
60. Tommy required 164.
But somebody's stamping on his roses.
67.
Now, you mentioned how Adam Atkinson's got a bit of a lean. So was James. But his is a bit more side on, isn't it?
85. Tommy required
Yeah,
97.
there's a bit of a lean there, but it's not... You don't get the retraction of the hip as much, and that's the issue with the Atkinson throw.
57.
Not too long ago, we was looking and thinking about another potential 4-0 victory here. And all of a sudden, from that 1-2-1, we're now starting to think, as will
100.
Scott Mitchell and Josh
Tommy
Richardson,
required 40.
we could be seeing a turnaround here.
Game shot.
Turn
on the
it
fourth
around,
leg.
baby.
Tommy Lishman.
2-2. It's not as if Hurrell has dipped that much as well. He hasn't
leg,
had a
it's
dart and a
James to
double in the
throw
last
first.
couple of legs.
Game on.
And he's still averaging 102. It's just that Lishman has found a good couple of opportunities and he's taken them both.
96.
Can you imagine if Lishman wins this game and Richardson wins the next one? We'd have 4 players on 12 points with 2 games to
140.
go.
$43.
I've seen tight groups before, but trying to work this one out, even going into the last lap of fixtures,
95.
it's becoming impossible. And, well, the more it goes on, the more it's looking like that early odd setup on the bookies, putting Scott Mitchell as 7-4 favourite, which we
180.
both disagreed with at the time. We both liked the value in James Hurrell at 9-4. Lichman could completely blow that out the water.
I think I've got more chance of solving a one-coloured Rubik's Cube than fixing this
96.
particular table in a certain way, because I have absolutely no clue how the next hour and a half is going to materialise. And this will feel
81.
extremely
Tommy
familiar
required
for Hurrell as well,
170.
because there was a group similar to this where he lost out the last time he was here on a Friday. He will not want to go early again.
56.
And he's the one who's been in the most commanding
James
position
required
over the last couple of
101.
hours.
So it's going to be a setup shot.
69.
He's going to have to hope that
Tommy
Tommy doesn't
required
take out the 114.
114.
Now, what's he going to do? He hasn't decided to go all fiddly around the board.
58.
I think he understands that this
James
game is
requires
extremely
32.
important. Doesn't like that lie. I don't blame him. Has he got enough room left?
No score.
Wow.
Tommy required
This is a moment
56.
and a shot that could change the complexion of Group C. 2 darts at tops. And this will break the throw of James Hurrell.
Game
But
shot on
does
the
it
fifth
break
leg.
his spirit?
Tommy Lishman.
That was an 18 dart break of throw.
Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
He's your classic spoiler right now. We've got 4 players in today's play on 4 points. Mitchell
134.
on 6. The only player not to get a win, Adam Atkinson. It's been super close between all the players apart from Adam. It's one of the reasons why every single day I sit here, I compile
140.
what happens in the group total and I do the daily one as well because it gives you a real pattern of what's happening. Lishman, if he wins this game
97.
and wins his last game, beating the 2 heavyweight England players, he could walk away with 4 wins from 5 and be eliminated.
The damage was definitely done yesterday in that one.
95.
Damage yet to be done in this one. It looked like Hurrell was going to be dishing out all the blows. A big 1-2 finish has completely turned this game around.
180.
And the man who hits plenty of 180s, hits a huge one at the right moment. Leaves himself a potential 2-darter here after just 9 darts. Hurrell needs a couple of trebles. You feel one's not enough, James? Needs another. Finds another.
134. Tommy required 90.
Which shot do you want? Double 5.
80.
And Hurrell really has
James
done well
required
to leave this number.
132.
If he can take this out, it will, without a shadow of a doubt, be the finish of the week.
Big ask, but he needs the treble 19. Doesn't find. Can only set it up on hope. And that hope is that Tommy Lishman can't take out a single
64.
dart at the double.
Tommy
10 points required.
10.
This is for the match.
He's 50% on the doubles. That
No
flight
score.
was quivering. He thought that maybe
James
he was going to
requires
get one.
68.
Back on James after James beat him 4-3 yesterday. But Hurrell has got to feel really fortunate to get this look.
It will only be 1 dart at the double. It will be double 16. And it won't
52.
be in.
Why did
Tommy
he need double
required
16?
10.
It gave him problems in the previous leg. And double top is his favourite. Double 2.
No score.
Lishman finds the wrong colour.
James requires 16.
7 missed darts. Sorry, 6. Hurrell is very, very lucky.
Needs to be very good.
Game shot on the
good
sixth
enough.
play. James Hurrell.
Is that the opportunity come and gone now for Tommy Lishman? He had opportunities. They've sailed him by. James Hurrell
7 and final
now will
leg. It's
have
James
to
to
throw
throw
in the
first.
deciding leg.
Game on.
I know you like Triple H. How about this? How Hillbilly Hurrell? He will have thought he's toast in this game.
100.
And that playing Thomas Younghans in game 14 would be his last hope. But now, he's still got 2 hopes. He can still find his way to the top of the table, winning this leg. He'd be the first person to 14 points.
180.
That's brilliant, that, from Tommy Lishman, who's just missed 6 starts to win the match. And at that point, it's so easy to say my opportunity's come and gone.
140.
Kicks off with a maximum, but Horrell, wasting no time. He's trying to get this one wrapped up. He knows if he goes out in 15, it forces Tommy into a 12, but the maximum gives him that possibility. Especially when you back it up with a 140.
I think he's got to get to 121 here.
You need to at least get to 161.
100.
And he does, just about.
So we just took a little moment out of the game there, a little bit of sting, which took a deep breath, signalling potentially that the heart rate's starting to go.
James, you require 161.
But again, 9 darts. He's left himself on a 2-dart combination. And he will get a shot at the 2-dart combination. What can James Horrell leave?
65.
Sensible.
Tommy, you require 88.
Both in 2-dart range. It's our first 4-3 match since game of the day, game 7. It's a dart at the bullseye.
63.
And that is match dart 7
James,
missed.
you require 96.
How many bullets can Horrell dodge?
Well, he's going to need to find a treble.
Or 2 doubles. He's had his chance. If he gets another,
38.
he might be carrying a rabbit's
Tommy, you
foot.
require 25.
Predominantly this week, he's been a 1-double-12 kind of guy. Number 8 is lucky for some.
19.
He's missed 6s as well.
James, you require 58.
You can feel the tension from the practice room. They can see this. Horrell has not been on tops for a while, but now he is. And he does what Lishman couldn't.
James Horrell.
You can see the disappointment for the man from Humberside, but you can't believe how important that bullet-dodging win is for Hillbilly Horrell. The average is 93. What a win it is, and it puts him top of the table via that 4-3 marathon contest. When we come back, it's the final round of matches. Don't go far.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, isn't this fun, everybody? Group C, yesterday, it was a marathon, and it's turned into a sprint finish. We've got one more round of matches to come over the next hour, and James Hurrell has just survived to put himself up to the top of the table on 14 points. This is what you've got to come. Adam Atkinson will play his final game of the week up against Josh Richardson, who now has one chance to win a match big to put himself into the clubhouse lead. And then he'll have to wait to see what Thomas Younghans, James Hurrell, and Scott Mitchell can do to stop him from getting to Saturday. It's been a dramatic afternoon, and we will have the conclusion for you live on Sporty Stuff TV right now, so don't go anywhere. Matt Edgar, this has been a really interesting Friday afternoon.
We are not got anything confirmed. And we're going into our final lap of fixtures. Normally by this point we've got something confirmed. But one thing that would be confirmed as well here is kind of an unwanted record,
First
which
leg,
is
it's
for Adam
Adam to throw
Atkinson.
first.
This isn't
Game on.
just all about Josh and the possibility of qualifying, but this is also the possibility that Adam Atkinson could break the record for the most amount of losses for someone who's played the week. That record currently sits at 23. If he is not to win this match,
46.
he will end the week losing 24 of his 25 matches. Well, it's a record.
It would be 16 consecutive losses as well. He's currently sitting at 15.
71.
And that will be unfathomable for him. If you'd have said to him that that would happen when he was driving down here, he probably would have turned around.
59.
So you may ask us, what has gone wrong? We are not the people that you need to ask. You need to ask Adam himself. But the one thing that needs to go right in this
59.
game for Josh is that he must get the 2 points, get to 12, and he needs the results to go his way. Otherwise, it will be no Saturday night for Stealth. He currently sits
57.
on +5 as a leg difference. That's not out of the question at the minute. But I think what he needs
48.
is a monstrous win for Hurrell against Younghans next. He can't allow Younghans to get to 14. So Hurrell is now his best mate.
I think that's the worst position to be in here, really, as well, if you're Josh Richardson, because
43.
it's now out of your hands. You can go up there and do your bit, but you've then got to sit back and watch other people sort of help you or help the situation that you're in. He's also got Scott Mitchell coming up against Tommy Lichman as well, which he's got an opportunity to get to 14
43.
points, which again would put Josh Richardson completely out of the running.
So if you are trying to keep a little bit of a tally on what Josh needs to do, a big win here would do him a lot of favours.
59.
He needs Younghans to lose to Hurrell. And he needs Lichman to beat Mitchell. Possibly, by the time we get there, by a certain margin.
140.
Bit of darts there for Josh, who's warming into the task. Slow start from both.
There is that dart.
64.
That was a nice little
Josh
deflection,
required
but
140.
unfortunately, the first two have found their way to that section way too many times this week.
$60.
You don't mind 60 there, as long as you take the 80 next time, because you're not going to be punished. Could leave double one here. Could leave double top here.
95. Josh require 80.
Another one of those will give him a dart at tops to break the throw. Adam Atkinson, which would have
60.
been the same
Adam, you
familiar
require
story
78.
for Adam. But he's got an opportunity here to hold on to it. 78 going. He will be looking to leave himself tops as well. But another loose start, and not for the first time today.
38. Joshua required 20.
I just wonder how much he can take.
Game shot on the first
Not anymore on that
leg.
leg.
Josh Richardson.
He's just been broken. And he knows plenty about that. His misery is almost over.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
And you can see it really coming through now in the body language. The disappointment, clear to see.
If sport was easy, everybody
60.
would do it. I admire the people who continually go out there, give their best, even when they've had one of the worst starting weeks of their life. He'll be back,
140.
and we will reference this in the future. But it's how he responds to it over the next few months
77.
as to how we're going to define him. Darts feels easy when everything is clicking and you're playing well and winning trophies and winning money. But when things don't go right,
121.
the way you come back is how you gain a reputation of someone who has that ability to dig deep.
123.
Well, he came back well in this one. A very, very slow opening leg. Lost his throw in 22 darts.
Can you see anything in that action
43.
that tells you why he's pushing the dart to his right so many times?
I'll go back to the same issue I said before about just that shoulder coming past the hip.
45.
That tension in the shoulder will often have a lift. And it's that lift that's the problem. Because what you'll notice is you see the hand and how it opens. When he's going into that one, it'll snap out to the side where the fingers almost
66.
kick out to the right-hand side, which will just be flicking through with the thumb.
Better from Josh.
140.
Almost fills the
Adam
boat.
required 131.
And the Pooley will be looking for two double tops had he got the 51.
$107. Joshua
We were
required
talking about
56.
Hurl at 2-0 up in the previous game, looking comfortable, averaging over 103.
Game
It's
shot
pretty
on the
comfortable for
second leg.
Josh.
Josh
But
Richardson.
don't take for granted that the next half of the match is going to be as comfortable as what you've seen.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
A great shot at the end of the leg there from Adam Atkinson, and a much, much better leg. But once again, it is the same result. Just finding himself on the wrong end of things. Time is running out
92.
before he breaks that record. He's certainly going to be level with it, even if he was to win this match, he'd end up
57.
level with the other two players that are occupying that position.
I asked this question of Henry yesterday. Have you ever been to Hartlepool?
No.
77.
Edmund Blackadder has. Do you remember why he went to Hartlepool? I'm just off to Hartlepool to buy some exploding trousers. That's a true story.
123.
Hartlepool was immortalised by Blackadder Goes Forth when Edmund Blackadder was trying to get out of the trenches.
Exploding trousers. I don't think they're going to take off, to be honest.
180.
I think those might. He's had a fair few of them this week. He's had his fair share, but it hasn't been about the maximums.
96.
It's been all about
Adam, you
in-between
require
scores.
152.
There's been too many 41s and 24s and even things worse than that. There's only so much a human being can take.
82.
It's like he's been banging on a really big, thick oak door, and he's got a very sore hand, and he's sick of knocking, and nobody's answering. And ultimately, you've got to walk away.
$27. Adam, you require 70.
Maybe someone's just heard that little bit of knocking.
Is it heaven's door?
50.
Might still be. Richardson taking a breather here in leg 3. We just don't know right now just how valuable it would be
65.
to everybody else,
Adam,
Josh
you
losing
require
this
20.
leg. It is a leg he should lose. Wow. That was pulled just a little bit. It was closer to the treble.
10. Joshua requires
That's what happens when you're missing and you're not playing well. You just start trying to push, you try and force the issue, and ultimately it just goes even more wrong.
43.
At least this double, it's not
Adam, you
about
require 10.
left and right. It's about the weight of the dart. Surely this has got to go in.
No score.
He is running so dry.
Joshua require 90.
95 times out of 100, he throws that dart and it goes in. Was that the time to go bull? This is the time to go bull.
And he's blocked that right up. He's had to come right the way over to the left-hand side of the oche to try and get over the top of the 25.
57.
That was a very difficult shot.
Adam, you require 10.
But I do not agree with going bull first on that shot right there, considering the quandary he's in this table.
Probably felt it was more like a free shot because he didn't expect to get an opportunity here because
Adam
was so far clear in that leg. He does get the job done in the end. Not without
Fourth leg, it's
drama.
Josh to throw first.
And that's how it feels for Adam at the moment. Everything he's doing, even the positives and the success, always comes with a little bit of drama. Nothing's just coming easy for him right now.
The best Josh can do now is +8 with leg difference.
41.
And those precious 12 points. I've always said about Group C in the last couple of years, get to 12 points, you've got a chance. Get to 14,
100.
you're going to be fine. This group proves it.
$60.
This is the quandary of Group C. The benefit of getting through to Group B via Group A is that 3 places are on offer, not just 2.
76.
Penny for the thoughts of Josh right now. What's he thinking?
He's probably battling an element of frustration here because
60.
he's played some really good stuff at times today. But on the same aspect, he's put into his own hands and you feel like he's let it slip today. Certainly when you cast your mind back through the match as you look to match number
97.
8. He lost 4-0 to James Hurrell. Didn't even get a dart at a double. This could have been a much better situation here for Josh.
180.
If indeed he can somehow make Saturday night, I wonder if he can find any more of these biscuit flights. I don't think these things would last the end of tomorrow.
60. Joshua require 160.
Yeah, I don't think that was a wise move from Adam. You can see in the background how much he's shaking his head. He would never have done that usually,
60.
but he is mentally fraught.
the maths head had completely gone. He is on the
55.
table,
Joshua
minus
require
26
100.
legs. Just 12 legs in this group. There's not much more opportunity to add to that column.
60.
113.
Adam, you require
He's not far off
113.
Josh's best ever performance in the MODUS Super Series, average-wise. That was a while ago. That's another missed single. He's had enough. And Josh
73.
can't
Joshua
get enough.
require 40.
Double 10. This dart is enormous.
$20.
It's not there.
Adam, you require 40.
Well, this is a turnout. This is a chance to break the throw.
I think when he throws this dart, he's not sure where it's going to go.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh, we've got a level
Adam
game.
Atkinson.
This is really damaging to the hopes of Josh Richardson, but also quite encouraging
Fifth leg, it's
to
Adam to
the
throw first.
friends and family
Game
of
on.
Adam Atkinson to see him get a victory on the board here in this Group C and avoid that unwanted record.
If Josh doesn't get through on legs difference or legs won,
64.
he is going to look at this game. He should win this game
100
every day of the week and twice on Sundays, based on the standard we are seeing. It's as simple as that. And sometimes when you're involved in a game like this where neither player is playing to their top ability, just saying to yourself, I've had enough of this.
99.
Just take the shackles off and go natural. That's what I'd say. Forget about technique. Just fling.
140.
He was on the 9. This is a good reaction from Josh Richardson. 180 and a 140 after
30.
ruining a couple of legs there where you thought he could have got this done quite convincingly. He could have got this done with the big score line that he needs. Said he's gonna
64.
need bigger favours, bigger score lines from other players. His chances are very, very narrow now of getting through this group.
$41. Joshua required 117.
Plenty of time. Bull first? Okay.
Game
I
shot
feel
on the
you.
fifth leg. Josh
12
Richardson.
darter, slightly unconventional, but brilliant nonetheless. I don't know what he would have done.
Sixth leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Had he hit the
Game
ball?
on.
17 bull, treble 17, double 8. All of a sudden, he's not missing a thing.
180.
Well, that's his third. 180 of this match. 4 in total. Adam Atkinson getting 1 for himself. He's certainly getting on the afterburners now.
100.
Those stealth bombers have afterburners.
Don't know, to be honest.
I don't think many people do,
83.
actually.
I was more surprised you quoted the price of them earlier.
I heard it in a movie once. Yeah, they're worth over $1 billion each.
$55.
Surely Josh is going to get the job done. Here in leg 6. 12 points plus 7. That's the total he can
100.
get. Will it be enough? I'm not sure it will. I can't see Mitchell slipping up against Lishman to that degree where he's going to
68.
lose a minimum
Josh will require
of
138.
4-1. Another. Would have left double 18. I think it's a classic case, Matt,
122.
that Josh has just left himself too much to do with time running out.
That's exactly how it feels to me as well. But what a fantastic ending here. He wrapped the last leg up in 12 darts. Now he's on a double after 12.
26. Joshua requires 16. Game,
He has definitely
shot,
proved
and the match.
to us
Josh
and the world
Richardson.
what he can do with those last two legs. The misery is over for Adam Atkinson, but Stealth will have to wait to see if he's done enough. It's 12 points, it's a leg difference of +7, and it's Josh Richardson 4, Adam Atkinson 2.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Here we go then. It is game number 14, and we have two players in the top three, or in the top four, sorry, now about to go head to head. Hurrell knows that if he wins the game, he will win the group. But Thomas Younghands, who has at many a time over the last couple of days found himself at the summit of this group, he knows that he's got work to do. Winning this game will be very good for him. We will talk about the permutations in a second. And Matthew Edgar's with me for this one. Josh Richardson has finished his campaign. He can do no more.
And I think he needed to do more, though. I think that's the problem for Josh Richardson.
First
I think we're
leg,
going to
it's Thomas
see
to throw first.
the two players that are
Game
going
on.
to qualify from this group being ahead of us, rather than players we've already seen so far.
First things first, what does Josh need to happen? He needs Hurrell to beat Younghands. It doesn't matter about the margin. If Younghands wins, Richardson is
46.
eliminated. Hurrell isn't. He's got more points than anybody else. It could even be both of these guys going through to Saturday night.
125.
That will depend on what happens in the next game. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But Thomas knows this is almost like a knockout game for him.
100.
Because he's on the same points as Scott Mitchell. And Mitchell has a better leg difference. Everybody at the start of this group was telling me it's going to be Mitchell, it's going to be Hurrell, it's probably going to be
43.
easy. It's been anything but easy.
It might be the long road and the long way round, but it might still be the same destination. Mitchell and Hurrell at the moment look the two
60.
players in position to do that, but Hurrell needs to see off Thomas Younghands first. And this could be a good way to start that process.
140.
Starting games has not been a problem for him. But that game he had with Tommy Lishman in game 12, I'm sure he's aged a little bit. He shouldn't have won that match. 9 darts for the match for Tommy.
60.
Missed them all. And Hurrell hits on his second. Talk about a bit of a gift. It happens to you every now and
96.
again. I'm sure you can count a match in your career where someone just hasn't been able to get over the line.
Yeah, you normally forget those and only remember the times you do it the other way round, and you're like, why has that never happened to me?
140.
I can remember in June
James
of
required
2011,
97.
Dave Chisnell missed 9 match starts against me. I won the tournament. I'll never forget that.
57.
What a chance that was. for
Thomas
Hillbilly.
required 95.
Younghan's had a lovely 140 to leave this 95. He's now got 77.
Needs a treble. He's got options. Could use the 19s, could use the 15s. That's not one of the options, though.
25.
So now the option
James
is tops for
required
James
40.
Hurrell. And that will be a break of throw.
Game shot on the first leg. James
So
Hurrell.
he's had a bit of trouble on the doubles. It's never on tops. It seems to be a good friend of his, but it's not something that he's
Second leg,
deliberately
it's
trying
James
to
to throw
leave.
first.
Despite
Game
the
on.
fact he's been really good at tops, we're seeing him quite often try and set up the double 16.
I don't get that whatsoever. Some of the most successful dart players in history have got favourite doubles. And when you're as good
43.
at tops as Hurrell is, just leave it all the time. He's proven it here many times, many days, many campaigns. If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
95.
This is game 25 of the week for Younghans. He wants to play 31.
100.
No, 29. I do beg your pardon. My arithmetic is a little bit ragged today. He's playing 29. He's in the final.
And you feel that with him, he's had nothing come easy to him.
140.
He's had everything's been effort. Everything's been a battle. There's not been too many games where he's just gone in and blew his opponent away. And there's going to be a time where that sort of mental fatigue just
140.
kicks in, and you end up doing something a bit idle, which causes you to miss something you wouldn't normally miss, like a big 9 for a setup shot, which could ultimately cost him a game like this.
I think it's a really good word you just used, idle.
82.
We've all got idols in our respective sports, but in a completely opposite sense, being idle, it can catch you out, just like Matt mentioned.
128.
He might even use the 18s again. 23 leaves 161. So moving to the 19s is the prudent option.
40. James required
I can get behind
90.
the 17s as well. But it might not have to be the 20s here. Going bull on this 90 shot, I can completely understand. He's got the second 25.
50. Thomas required 144.
We saw this finish yesterday from Owen Bates, and it was miraculous. And it was this way. Superb darts.
James
But yet again,
required
Hurrell
40.
is knocking on the door of tops.
Game shot on the
And
second
once again, he
leg.
hits tops.
James Hurrell.
Looks too strong at the minute. And this is good news.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw
Josh
first.
Richardson.
Game on.
One thing he does have in his favour going into that last game, if this result does go the way for Josh,
180.
is the fact that Scott Mitchell, one, is against the darts, and two, if we look at the level of importance, it's all on Scott Mitchell. Scott Mitchell's got plenty to play for.
100.
Tommy Lishman is going to go up there and try and win a game because he wants to. Scott Mitchell's got to try and win a game because he needs to.
I think Mitchell has known for quite some time just what he needs to do.
140.
5 perfect darts from Thomas. But if you're going into the final round of matches, you want that golden sequence of, I just need to win. I don't want to have to win by a margin. Just give me one match. I'll go and win that match.
134.
Technically, we only get knockout darts here at the MODUS Super Series on Saturday night after 10 o'clock. In a funny sort of way.
100.
We're looking at knockout darts right now. Leaves the finish.
Thomas, you require 81.
Youngans has upped his game here in leg 3, but still has not had a shot at a double.
$49.
Decides not to go 12 and bull.
James, you require 167.
Because this is arguably the hardest finish on the board.
He will be leaving it much handier, though. 102 points left, a dart still to go. He's coming across the hockey to try and force that one in.
66. Thomas, you require 32.
Maybe a switch would have been more preferred in hindsight.
Game
But
shot
it
on the third
matters
leg. Thomas
nothing.
Younghans.
A 13 darter there from Thomas Johans. You said he was upping his game. That's about as good as he's going to
Fourth leg,
get.
it's James to throw
fantastic leg
first. Game on.
from Thomas Johans to put himself back in this match.
I made a statement yesterday about Hurrell,
140.
saying that he looked as comfortable on that stage as I've ever seen him. I stand by it. He hasn't shown any impatience, any anger, any frustration.
135.
If he's feeling it, he's internalized it brilliantly.
I think impatience is something that I've associated with James Hurrell a little bit when he's been down here myself before, because it's almost like he wants the
100.
job done 3 matches ago. And he doesn't want to go through the whole process, where it looks at the moment like he's enjoying the battle.
Sometimes the battle is the nicest bit. And you're sad when the battle's over. Depends what kind of player you are,
40.
whether you're an intrinsic or extrinsic player. Whether it's about the trophies or the feeling of how you play. I think we're all a bit extrinsic at some point. We all want to
100.
have our fingerprints on something. Thomas
58.
is coming up dry,
James
and
require
he's starting to
161.
realise that his chances of coming through this group are wilting by the second.
90.
And he could even go from a qualifying position to 4th. That will make him feel a bit sour, considering where he's been sitting a lot of the time
92.
over the last
James, you require
28
71.
hours. Best friend double top time.
Game shot
There
on the
you
fourth
go.
leg. James Hurrell.
It works. And only one more leg. And James Hurrell will win Group C.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
And then not very often does it come down to the very, very last game, but it will do this week. Tommy Litchman will have the darts
100.
against Scott Mitchell in match number 15 of the day.
Getting to the stage.
100.
Well, Scott Mitchell might not even have to win that last game. He might just need legs. His leg difference is extremely
60.
healthy at +10. It's 3 legs ahead of Richardson. It's currently 5 ahead of young hands. But that's going to change by the looks of it.
96.
Young hands is to lose. I make it that Mitchell just needs the one leg.
$140.
Mitchell is very clued up when it comes to things like this. He'll be trying to work it out.
105.
But before we get there, let's see if Hurrell can get the gold medal in Group C. He was very cool, calm and collected when he arrived at the venue this morning. Looked very focused as well. But this is not his first rodeo.
140.
He wins the week. He might find his way to Rodeo Drive. Doesn't strike me as his kind of place, really.
80.
He'd rather be
Thomas
stuck in the country,
61.
shooting it up. $56 left. Stay in with a shout.
41.
First chance to eliminate young hands
James Jamiroquai,
at the hands of Hillbilly.
120.
And he's loved tops all day. Can find a treble 20. He should be getting a dart at that favourite double. Thomas is nodding in the background.
$100.
How close was that?
Thomas Jamiroquai, 20.
So double 10. Thomas Younghans will get the first opportunity.
Game shot on the
He only
fifth
needs
leg.
one opportunity.
Thomas Younghans.
He keeps this one going. Have we writ him off a little bit too soon?
Maybe.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first.
But the
Game
moment you
on.
write him off, the moment he has another level. You'd have said to me on Wednesday morning at around 11:30 that Younghans would be still in with a chance of getting through Group C, I would have said,
140.
are you sure? I've watched Thomas for the last few years. I've seen a lot of results sheets with his name on.
81.
I've looked forward to watching him at this closer quarter for many a season. The one thing I've learned about him this week more than anything else, he's got a chin.
43.
He can take a blow and he can get up and battle.
It's the most important quality, I think, of any sort of sportsman, that, especially a solo sport like this, where it is all on you. You don't have teammates to help you, and
140.
you certainly don't have coaches sort of in the venues to sort of lean on. It is all on the individual. You've got nowhere to look but yourself, and sometimes that's the worst place to be, because we are the harshest critic
80.
on ourselves.
Yes, we are. And we have to talk about the possibility of Thomas winning the last two legs. And then Mitchell would have to win against Lishman.
100.
Younghans has got to ask the question of the 2015 Lakeside champion by beating the current England champion, England captain.
$140.
A snarl there from James Hurrell.
Can't say I'm surprised. Did you see some of his games at Lakeside last April? Ooh, that was close.
140.
We all held our breath.
James
and we
Jamiroquai,
thought
98.
maybe it would happen, but no emotion from Thomas. It was James Hurrell that showed the emotion of that borderline 180 bust shot. Has it distracted him?
Well, he's shown no emotion and avoided emotion and
38.
contact and interaction with his opponents
Thomas
all
Jamiroquai,
day.
40.
And there has been attempts to engage him.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Thomas Younghans.
It's 3-3. Thomas has got the darts.
Seventh and final leg. It's Thomas to throw
And
first.
things are getting very
Game on.
interesting. Young'uns are still behind the 8 ball. His problem in this game is that he's not in a big winning position against Hurrell. He could only take one off his leg difference to put him down to +9. Wow.
180.
There are times when you think, how are they doing this?
It would change the complexion of our last match, though, because it would then mean
60.
Scott Mitchell would have to win, where if James Hurrell wins, he only has to win one leg. This will be a way to win a leg.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
180.
You said earlier that the opponent of the person on the 9 darter wanted him to hit it. Young'uns does not want Hurrell to hit that.
140.
But if he does,
James
this place is going to shake.
141.
This is the best time to hit a 9 darter. That was so close.
And how ironic would it be if he then goes and loses the match?
60.
Because Johans is on a
Thomas
1-2-1.
And he hit one earlier against
121.
Mitchell in the game of the day. And it was to win the match, but he doesn't get it this time.
And that allows James Hurrell now to start the process, to get ready to come to the board to try and take out this 81. He went over to the table. The longer you can leave your
37.
opponent waiting, the better.
James require 81.
Doesn't want to wait any longer. He wants to win the group. I can understand the play. He wanted the 25 to leave 56. But now he needs a treble to get to a double. And he finds it. It's a group winning dart.
69.
He's had 2.
Thomas should require
to keep
84.
himself with the possibility of qualifying through this group. Might only be the dart at the ball.
He gets it. But doesn't
41.
find the centre. And this is Hurrell's best chance of finishing his campaign on top.
James should require 12.
Thomas thinks it's over. He
No
was
score.
wrong. That's 5 darts missed to win this match.
Thomas should
He
require
put the darts
43.
away. He thought it was over.
To stay in with a slim chance.
Game,
He wins the
shot,
game.
And the match.
And Hurrell
Thomas
has to wait as
Younghan.
well. The permutations are plenty. Younghans takes a lot of credit away from this game and this group. And he wins by 4 legs to 3 going into the final game of Group C after the break.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Isn't this fun, everybody? What a group this has turned out to be. And it's now down to maybe the biggest name in the group to see how it ends. Tommy Lishman is not that person.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, James Hurrell is through. It's a case of Young'uns or Mitchell now. Because if Mitchell wins this game,
41.
he will not only get into the top 2, he will win the group. He can jump from 3rd to 1st with 2 points, and that superior leg difference,
81.
which he's built up all day, now is his best friend.
We said
96.
after about game number 3 today that legs will become vital and big wins could become important. None came bigger than match number 11, Scott Mitchell, 4-0 victory over Adam Atkinson. And when he did lose
81.
to Thomas Jurgens, it was by 4-3.
Welcome to the rule of the asset in Super Series darts. Win big, lose tight.
83.
Congratulations to Hurrell, though. He's done enough. He can sit still, knowing that he's okay. Well, who's going to join him? Young'uns has been through the ringer. He's done such an amazing job over the last couple of
100.
days to get to 14 points. He deserves all the credit in the world for how hard he's fought. But will he be denied, or will Tommy Lishman make his Christmas card list?
80.
Well, Tommy's been playing really well today and probably should have got an extra result in the wins column as well, because he probably should have beat James Hurrell earlier. He had many match darts.
Correct. 9 of them.
59. Tommy required 101.
And it was 5 match darts for Hurrell in that previous one. Had he hit that, Mitchell would only need 1 leg in this game.
77.
He will be aware. He doesn't strike me as the kind of player that would be ignorant to this scenario. And he knows about pressure. He's been on multiple World Championship stages. 3 of them, in fact.
Tommy required
Lakeside,
24.
Indigo at the O2. Ali Pali.
Make it 4. Circus Tavern.
In the seniors. Good call. Bad dart from Tommy. Leads to only 1 more dart for the leg.
12. Scott, you required 40.
Mitchell hangs around for a chance. Double 10. Chance
Game shot on
taken.
the first leg. Scott Mitchell.
Somewhat fortuitous. But he will grab it with both hands.
Second
You'll
leg.
be
It's
aware
Scott
in
to
these
throw
sort of situations,
first.
you're
Game
not always
on.
going to win every leg pretty. You just got to win the legs. Doesn't matter how they come. It's very rare you get champions that do everything the easy way.
60.
How much does the experience of Mitchell help in these scenarios? You might think because he hasn't played a great deal in Portsmouth that he might feel a little bit alien in this scenario, but I'm going to take you back about 3 years.
41.
He was on his farm, playing a lot of group stage darts with myself and Mark Webster and David Evans, Richie Edhouse. There was a small thing called a
140.
pandemic on. We were playing this format week long against each other all the time. thrust into these pressure situations to win groups and get through. That kind of thing, to win a day. This will feel familiar.
100.
He's been in Grand Slams before.
I think the format of the group as well now has almost become irrelevant because this is the straight up win you're in, lose you're not.
He's played a lot of knockout games in his career. Thousands of them. And if there's one thing he does maybe better than any player in the United Kingdom, it's controlling the pace of the game because Lishman likes to get on with it.
100.
He's not being allowed to.
Tommy, you require 167. $95.
Steady stuff. But it was better than this in leg one, and he still lost that one. This is where you get to 60 and put the pressure on.
100.
That's the bare
Tommy
minimum, really.
requires 72.
Still in two-dart range, and we'll fancy it if Lishman has more trials on the outer ring.
It's becoming a bit of a theme at the moment for Lishman because he left the stage after the last game missing a lot of match darts.
37.
9 in total. He's missed 4 here.
Scott, you require 100.
13 darts in a row now that Lishman has missed at the doubles, and the longer that goes, the harder it becomes.
Game shot on the
that's
second
amazing.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
He's making it look easy. He says hello to 60. He says hello to
Third leg,
tops.
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And he only needs 2 more legs for a first Saturday night in Portsmouth.
Just to show you
100.
the in-play table. This is live. This is how it stands. Due to the fact Scott Mitchell on for the victory here. Would see him leapfrog both Thomas Johans and James Hurrell, meaning that legs difference being the first deciding factor. We'll see James Hurrell
100.
qualify with Scott Mitchell. Could all change. But for that to happen, Lishman is going to have to completely turn this match around
57.
and beat Scott Mitchell.
I think Thomas, even if he doesn't get through, he will feel very proud of what he's done the last 2 days, and he should. He's got 2 of the best amateur players in the world right now. 2 of the top 3 in the averages in the
100.
Challenge Tour in Mitchell and Hurrell. And he's gone toe-to-toe with them for the best part of 30 hours. And he's got the best of them at times when it's been head-to-head. It's unlikely that he's going to get a favour from Lishman at this point. Chattering away to himself,
100.
silently. It's probably some of that positive self-talk, which is very much part of psychology books at the minute.
54.
It's a very strong thing to do. It's the kind of thing you need to do when you've got a phobia or something that scares you. You talk yourself into doing something that you're afraid of. And I know that you know a fair bit about this, Matt.
105.
It's a good battle we're having at the moment. We'll win that one, I'm sure. Mitchell is looking at
100.
getting this match won. We've just seen him have
Scott,
a
you
nice,
require 96.
clean 2-dart finish on the 100. This is the same equation. Treble for a double.
What does Lishman do on 90? We've seen people leave this
56.
over the last few matches.
Tommy, you require
And
90.
predominantly, people have gone for the bull to start the combo.
You warned us earlier we may get something funky. This seems very conventional. It's a dart at the ball.
Funky Town.
65.
Wrong postcode.
Scott, you require 40.
To get a double breaker throw. Put himself one leg away
Game
from
shot
his
on the
first
third leg.
Saturday night here
Scott
in Portsmouth.
Mitchell. Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
One more leg. 4 opportunities to do so. He has controlled the pace of this one, both in the scoring
60.
sense and the actual pace of the match. Lichman yet to land a blow. He's had a couple of opportunities at the doubles, but the misses just continue
60.
to add up. 14 missed darts in a row for Tommy Lichman. Scott Mitchell, who has registered 10 scores of 100 or more in this match,
81.
continues to jab away. Mentioned earlier on that he was doing a good professional job. Doing it again in this one.
140.
Reminder, James Hurrell already qualified.
42.
But Scott Mitchell looking to win the group here. He kicked off the day the 7-4 favourite, which rose a few eyebrows here in the
57.
commentary box. Myself and Paul Nicholson wasn't too sure on that one, but as always, even if we think they're wrong, they ultimately appear to be correct. Picking Scott Mitchell as the favourite for this group, a man who's
60.
just recently lost his PDC Tour card, and he does have ambitions to go back there. He'll be at Q School in January, no doubt.
140.
But will he be here on Saturday? The wheels coming off a little bit here for Scott Mitchell. Only one treble in 12 darts.
140.
Perfectly timed.
Tommy require 104.
Let's start downstairs. That leaves tops.
64.
And it is at the end of a combination
Scott, you
shot, but it's
require
another
118.
missed start there for Tommy Lichman. That makes it 15 in a row. Mitchell should be getting a match start.
98.
That would have been some way to qualify. Just pulls it low.
Tommy require 40.
Knows he's got time on his hands. One more opportunity.
No score.
And he's just come across into the wrong bed.
Scott, you
Are they
require
the last
20.
darts that he will be throwing here at the Super Series this week? Scott Mitchell, double 10. And now Mitchell missing match darts.
16.
You can understand with Scott, the pressure is on. The opportunity to qualify is all in his
Tommy
hands.
require 40.
But can Tommy Lichman finally bed a double? He just hit it when he was going for the double 5 previously. He's back on the 5s again.
35.
And more missed opportunities. That is 21 darts in
Scott,
a
you
row
require 4.
that Tommy Lichman has not been able to convert on the outer ring. And you feel the opportunities have come and gone. The opportunity is here for Scott Mitchell. The opportunity
shot,
to
and the
qualify
match.
through
Scott
to Saturday
Mitchell.
night has now been converted. Scott Mitchell is your winner of Group C, and he will be joined in Saturday Night by James Hurrell. They go through to join Andy Bolton. 3 more players will be joining them come this evening. But your winner of Group C is Scott Mitchell.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Well, the bookies backed Scott Mitchell at the beginning of the day, and, well, we can see why now.
They were right, and we all thought that maybe it was going to be Hurrell and Mitchell, but it was a very rough ride. I didn't think that it was going to be this much quality and this much drama today, but you couldn't take your eyes off it. That live table, it was flashing before our eyes, and we just couldn't predict what was going to happen. Josh Richardson and Thomas Younghans can take a lot of credit for what they've given us over the last couple of days, particularly Younghans in that dramatic 14th match, but ultimately Mitchell just paced it perfectly.
Well, after all the drama, this is how it ends in Group C. Scott Mitchell winning it on legs difference from James Hurrell, but Thomas Younghans to get on to 14 points and still not get through. And after what he's been through this week, you've got to give him a heck of a lot of credit.
Yes, you do. I think when he leaves us in the next 20 minutes or so, I think Thomas will reflect on the way he's played in the last couple of days, and he should be very proud of himself. Tuesday, he was cracked. He was gone. Wednesday, he was a shell of himself. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think he's shown a great deal of spirit. And he was just up against people who were in better form. And when we talk about Mitchell and James Hurrell being in the top 3 of the averages in the Challenge Tour, their reputation preceded them, but they've actually proven what they're capable of right now.
Let's discuss James Hurrell a little bit then, because he was made to sweat it out in the end. But he has this record, well, it's only on one occasion has he not qualified for Saturday night. There's something about this particular format that seems to suit him.
Yeah, he's dogged. I think when he comes to this arena, he wants to make Saturday nights. He was one of the first people to make it here to Portsmouth on a Saturday night, and he obviously likes it. And the one time he didn't make it, he was super close in elimination as well. So he never has a bad campaign.
I'll tell you what, nearly came close to treating us to something very special, didn't he? The 9 darter.
Yeah, I think everybody wanted to see him do this, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. But I think maybe we might be saving our best stuff for Saturday night, which would be nice.
I'll tell you what, this week is brimming for that, isn't it? We've had a couple of close shaves with it.
Don't forget that we've got Group B tonight as well, and some people have had some great showings. I just get the feeling that we're going to have a great climax in week 7. When he was on this, I genuinely thought that Tommy Lishman wanted him to hit it. And when Dart 7 went in, you thought, hang on a minute. But it wasn't meant to be.
Conor Heenahan still has that record as the only person to hit a 9 darter. He's done it twice. It was so nice. Well, let's see how this week breaks down then. This is how the bracket looks then. We know 3 of our finalists now. Andy Bolton winning his way through Group A. James Hurrell, the runner-up in Group C. We're going to see Group B, of course, come to a conclusion this evening. That is currently led by Stefan Bellman, the ADC qualifier from Switzerland. But as far as Group C and the winner is concerned, we're going to swap out one pundit, bring in another, because Scott Mitchell, well, you talk the talk in the commentary box, you walk the walk on stage today. Many congratulations.
Oh, mate, we've talked about it, and we talk about how it feels to be in that situation. Till you're in that situation, it is a tough one. So, yeah, pleased to get through where we did. And I'm too much of a nice guy. I've said to Thomas after the first couple of days, where you going? I've been to Swiss Opens. It was the first Swiss Open I won. And I said, I've known you for 14 years. You've never played like that. Mm-hmm. Wow, how well did he play this week? The last couple of days, he got into it. And, yeah, maybe I should not tell people too much.
Well, you say that nice guy mentality. Does that actually come as another side in it? Because you're in a practice room with 5 people that you've got to spend a lot of time with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with Josh, and we played together for England, and you know, what a massive thing for him and his dad to be the first 2 to play for England, and that grabbed him first day. That grabbed him, so I got taken to one side and say, "Come on, kids, you know, no good having that England shirt and not winning." And they both won second day, so. All the people that you really enjoy and really love, we were poked in a group today, and then, yeah, that's always difficult.
Yeah, then very quickly, tomorrow night, fancy your chances. You're going to bring the Dorset Massive down?
I don't know. I'm sure we've had like 15 seconds or whatever it is to be where we are, and I'm in the number 2 in Dorset. Tommy Morris is the number 1. So I'm just trying to repeat everything that Tommy Morris does. So he was the first one here in the finals night. It's unusual. I'm number 2 and anything that Dorset does, but hey, I'll take that.
And guess what? We're going to see you on that stage, not with a microphone in your hand tomorrow night. We're going to see you on the Oki. Scott, thank you for coming up. Many congratulations. We'll see you again tomorrow night. We're going to see you, though, later on this evening, 10 o'clock, because Group B comes towards its conclusion, where it's led by Stefan Pellman. He leads the way as far as Group B is concerned. I'll see you all at 10 o'clock. Take care. Bye-bye.
Just my mate here.